A man of thought. 8. Forward. 8. This volume, a product of experience and reflection, is not meant to be a tedious treatise repeating all that has already been written on the power of thought. It poses questions rather than gives answers, and its purpose is to encourage readers to discover and assimilate the truth that they are their own makers, and do so through the thoughts they choose and encourage in themselves, that reason is the great weaver, maker of both the inner garments of character and the outer garments of circumstances, and consequently that which readers have hitherto woven in misery and ignorance they can now weave joyfully and enlightenment ally. James Allen. Minds and Character. 8. The ancient wisdom that man is what he thinks in his heart not only encompasses man's being as a whole, but also describes every conceivable circumstance and collision of his life. Man literally is what he thinks, and his character is the sum of all his thoughts. Just as a plant sprouts from a seed and cannot arise without it, every human act sprouts from the invisible seed of thoughts and cannot occur without them. This applies equally to acts that are called spontaneous and unintentional as to those that have been done consciously and deliberately. Action is the color of thought, and its fruits are joy and suffering. This is what man reaps, the bitter and sweet fruits of his own sowing. We were created by the thought that originated in the mind. It is out of thought that we created and built what we are. If man's mind has nurtured evil thoughts, suffering will come to him like the plow behind the ox. If man cherishes pure thoughts, joy will follow him like a shadow, and so it always is. Man is created by laws, not by arbitrariness, and in the secret realm of thought cause and effect are as absolute and inexorable as they are in the world of the visible and material. A noble, godlike character is not the result of blind chance, but the natural consequence of constant exercise in right thinking, the result of a long and noble union with godlike thoughts. Likewise, an ungodly, bestial character is the result of constant indulgence in lowly thoughts. Man creates himself and destroys himself. In the forge of his thoughts he forges the weapons with which he destroys himself. And he invents tools with which he builds his heavenly palaces of happiness, strength, and peace. Choosing thoughts rightly and embodying them correctly, man ascends to divine perfection. Abusing thoughts and misusing them, he falls below the animal. Between these extremes are all shades of characters, and man is their creator and lord. Of all the beautiful discoveries about the nature of the spirit made in our age, there is no truth more consoling and full of divine providence, a truth that brings such peace of mind as this idea that man is in control of his thoughts, that he himself shapes his character and creates and molds the conditions in which he lives, his environment and his destiny. Man, as a being endowed with might, reason, and love, as the ruler of his own thoughts, has the key to every conflict and contains within himself all the transformative and healing powers that enable him to make of himself whatever he wishes. Man is always a master, even when he is quite weak and lonely, but even in weakness and fall he remains a master, but a master unwise, who has not managed his possessions well. When he begins to reflect on his condition and begins to seek the law by which his existence is arranged, he turns into a wise master, intelligently directs his efforts and turns his thoughts to fruitful objects. Such is the conscious master, and man can become one only if he discovers in himself the laws of thought, and this discovery is entirely a matter of introspection, experience, and practice. Gold and diamonds can be found only after much searching and labor, and man is able to find any truth that pertains to his being if he works diligently in the mines of his soul. Moreover, he can irrefutably prove that he is the creator of his character, the smith of his life, the builder of his destiny, if he will watch his thoughts, control and change them, observe how they affect himself, others, and his life and circumstances, if he will patiently and diligently connect cause and effect, relying on every particle of experience, even the most trivial, as a means to know himself. This and nothing else is the basis of the absolute law: seek and ye shall find, knock, and it will be opened to you. Matt 7:7. For only patience, diligence, and untiring perseverance will open to man the door to the temple of knowledge. The influence of thoughts on circumstances. 8. The human mind can be likened to a garden, which is either intelligently cultivated or allowed to overgrow, but this garden, whether cultivated or neglected, must and will bear fruit. If it is not sown with useful seeds, the seeds of useless weeds will germinate in abundance and continue to multiply. As a gardener tills his garden, makes sure that no weeds grow, and grows the flowers and fruits that he needs, so man must cultivate the garden of his mind, weeding out all the wrong, useless, impure thoughts, and cultivate the flowers and fruits of right, useful, and pure thoughts, bringing them to perfection. By indulging in this activity, man sooner or later discovers that he has become the chief gardener of his soul and the helmsman of his life. In addition, he discovers the law of thought and understands more and more precisely how the power of thought and the elements of reason determine his character, his environment, and his destiny. Thinking and character are one, and if character can manifest and reveal itself only in the environment and circumstances of life, so also the external conditions of man's life are always in harmony with his inner state. This does not mean that at any time in life the circumstances of man's being reflect his character as a whole, but these circumstances are so closely connected with some vital inner thoughts of man that they are necessary for his development for some time. Every man lives as the law of his being determines. The circumstances in which he finds himself are created by the thoughts he has built into his character, and his life is not subject to chance in the slightest. It is the result of a law that makes no mistake. This applies equally to those who feel that their life is disharmonious and to those who are quite satisfied with it. Man is a progressive and evolving being, and the way he lives helps him learn how to grow. And as soon as he learns the spiritual lesson contained in certain circumstances, they change, giving way to other circumstances. A man is a victim of circumstances only until he ceases to regard himself as a creature of external circumstances. But once he realizes that he is capable of commanding the secret soil and seeds of his being, from which circumstances grow, he becomes the sovereign ruler of himself. That circumstances grow out of thoughts is known to anyone who has exercised at least a little exercise in self-control and self-purification. Such a person will certainly notice how directly changes in the circumstances of his life correlate with changes in the state of his mind. This is so true that as soon as one makes a serious effort to correct his character defects and makes rapid and visible progress in this field, the circumstances of his life change rapidly. The soul attracts to itself circumstances and entities that already implicitly contain what it loves as well as what it fears. She reaches the pinnacle of her cherished dreams. It falls to the level of its uncelebrated desires, and it is the circumstances that allow the soul to get its way. Every seed of thought that is sown in the soil of the mind, or that has fallen into it by oversight, produces its fruit, sooner or later blossoms into deeds and brings forth a harvest of opportunity and circumstance. Good thoughts produce a good harvest, bad thoughts a bad harvest. The external world of circumstances takes on the outlines of the inner world of thoughts, and external conditions, both pleasant and unpleasant, always serve only for the good of man. Man himself reaps the fruits of his sowing and learns lessons from both suffering and bliss. A man does not go to prison or to an almshouse on the whim of fate or circumstance, but on the thorny road of base feelings and down-to-earth desires. A man whose thoughts are pure does not commit a crime under the pressure of external forces alone. Whatever they may be, he has long cherished criminal thoughts in his heart. They have accumulated power and revealed them at the first opportunity. Circumstances do not create man, they only show him to himself. There is no circumstance that would cause a man to set out on the path of vice, with all its attendant suffering, if he has no vicious tendencies, or to ascend to virtue with its pure joy, if he does not encourage the virtuous impulses in himself. And this is why man, the master and master of thoughts, creates himself, forges and creates his surroundings. The soul receives its own at birth, and each step of its earthly journey attracts to itself those combinations of circumstances that reveal its essence, reflect its purity and impurity, its strength and weakness. People are attracted to themselves not by what they want, but by what they are. Their whims, fancies, and pretensions fail at every turn, but their hidden thoughts and aspirations feed on their food, pure or impure. The divinity that guides us to the goal, whichever way we choose, is contained within ourselves, it is ourselves. The chains that bind man are forged by himself. Thoughts and actions are the jailers of destiny and keep man imprisoned if they are lowly. But they are also the angels of freedom and set man free if they are noble. Man does not get what he wants, not what he prays for, but what he rightfully deserves. What, then, does the expression struggle against circumstances mean in light of this truth? It means that one constantly rebels against the consequence, and yet constantly cherishes the cause in one's heart. That cause may take the form of a conscious vice or an unconscious weakness, but in one way or another it stubbornly undermines all the efforts of its possessor and thus cries out for healing. People feverishly seek to improve their circumstances, but are unwilling to improve themselves. That is why they remain shackled. The person who does not give up on self-betrayal will always be able to achieve the goal for which his heart is striving. This is true of both the earthly and the heavenly. Even the man who seeks merely to become rich must be prepared to make tremendous sacrifices in order to attain his goal. How much will it take from the man who wishes to have strength and nobility in life? Here is a man who is woefully poor. He is extremely concerned that his surroundings and home should be improved. But he constantly shies away from work and believes that since his employer is not paying him enough, he has the right to cheat him. Such a person does not understand the simple principles that underlie true prosperity. Not only is he not equipped to get out of his predicament, but he attracts more poverty because he cherishes and acts upon his wretched, unworthy, deceitful thoughts. Here is a rich man suffering from a prolonged and painful illness caused by gluttony. He is willing to pay a lot of money to get rid of his ailment, but he does not sacrifice his gastronomic desires to do so. He wants to indulge his palate with expensive, unnatural foods and still be healthy. Such a person is not at all adapted to being healthy because he has not yet mastered the basic principles of a healthy life. Here is an employer who resorts to the most subtle means of not paying his workers their due wages, and who cuts their wages, hoping thereby to make more profit. Such a man is by no means suited to prosperity. And when his enterprise is ruined, having lost both its wealth and its good name, he blames it on circumstances, not realizing that he is the creator of his own misfortune. I have given these 3 examples only to illustrate the truth that man is the cause of the circumstances in which he finds himself, although he is almost never aware of this. The truth that even if one sets for himself a good goal, he never succeeds in achieving it, because he encourages thoughts and aspirations that are in no way in harmony with such a goal. Such examples could be given ad infinitum, but there is no need. The reader, if he wishes, can trace for himself how the laws of thought work in his life and in his mind, and until he does so, simple external facts cannot serve him as an occasion for reflection. But circumstances are so complex, thoughts are so deeply rooted in the mind, and ideas about what is necessary for happiness vary so much from person to person that a person's state of mind, even if he himself knows it, cannot be determined by the external circumstances of his life alone. A man can be honest in a certain sense and suffer want. A man can be dishonest in a certain sense and get rich. However, the usual reasoning in such cases, one fails precisely because he is honest, and another prospers precisely because he is dishonest, is based on the superficial judgment that the dishonest person is almost entirely dishonest, while the honest person is almost entirely virtuous. Better knowledge and more extensive experience show that such a judgment is erroneous. Probably the dishonest man has striking virtues which the honest man does not have, and the honest man has hideous vices which the dishonest man does not have. An honest man reaps the good fruits of his honest deeds and thoughts, but brings upon himself the suffering caused by his vices. Likewise, a dishonest person acquires his own joys and sorrows. It is pleasant for a man of vanities to believe that people suffer because of their virtues. Man will not know and claim that his suffering is due to his good qualities and not to his bad ones until he has expunged every unhealthy, bitter and impure thought from his mind and has washed every single stain of sin from his soul. And on the way to such a higher perfection man will surely discover that his mind and life are governed by the great law, which is always just and does not pass off good for evil and evil for good. And then, having gained this knowledge, he will realize, remembering his former ignorance and blindness, that his life is just and has always been just, and that all that he has experienced, both good and bad, has been a just reward for the labors of his developing, but not yet developed, character. Good thoughts and actions never lead to bad results. Bad thoughts and actions never lead to good results. It is said that nothing but wheat can grow from wheat, and nothing but nettles can grow from nettles. People understand how this law works in the natural world and rely on it. But few understand this law in the world of reason and morality, although it works just as simply and invariably there, and so it is not always followed. Suffering is always a consequence of wrong thinking in some direction. It reflects that man is not in harmony with himself, with the law of his being. The only and supreme benefit of suffering is to purify, to burn out all that is impure and useless. In the person who is pure, suffering ceases. There can be no point in burning gold when it is no longer impure, and a perfectly pure, enlightened being cannot suffer. The circumstances to which one responds by suffering are the consequence of one's own mental disharmony. The measure of right thoughts is circumstances to which one responds with bliss, not material wealth. The measure of impropriety of thought is distress, not lack of wealth. A person can be cursed and rich, he can be blessed and poor. Bliss and wealth are related only when riches are used wisely and properly. But a poor man falls into the abyss of poverty if he considers his lot an unfair burden. Poverty has two extremes, poverty and luxury. Both of these states are equally unnatural, both are the consequence of mental disorder. Man is in the right condition only if he is happy, healthy, and prosperous. And happiness, health and prosperity are the consequence of a harmonious reconciliation of the internal and external, of man and his environment. Man begins to be human only when he stops complaining and resenting and begins to seek the hidden justice that determines his life. And then, having adjusted his mind to this governing law, he stops blaming others for supposedly being the cause of his situation and strengthens himself with strong and noble thoughts. He ceases to fend off circumstances and begins to rely on them as a means of accelerating his progress and discovering his latent strengths and possibilities. The basic principle of the universe is law, not confusion. The spirit and essence of life is justice, not injustice. And the formative driving force behind the spiritual government of the world is virtue, not viciousness. If so, one need only correct oneself to discover that the universe is arranged correctly, and in the process of correcting oneself, one will find that if one changes one's thoughts about various objects and about other people, objects and people begin to treat him differently. This truth finds evidence in everyone, and is therefore easy to explore if one analyzes and examines oneself systematically. Once a person radically changes his thoughts, he will be amazed at how rapidly the material conditions of his life will be transformed as a result. People imagine that thoughts can be kept secret, but they are not. Thoughts quickly crystallize into habits, and habits harden into habits of drunkenness and sensual pleasures, which, when stony, create conditions of poverty and disease. Unclean thoughts of all kinds crystallize into habits, which deprive mental strength and clarity of thought, and these harden into unfavorable circumstances and hindrances. Thoughts full of fear, doubt, and indecision crystallize into habits of weakness, unworthy actions, and procrastination, and these, hardening, create conditions in which failure, humiliation, and servitude await the individual. Lazy thoughts crystallize into a habit of uncleanness and dishonesty, and it solidifies into circumstances in which one has to live in filth and beg for alms. Thoughts full of hatred and contempt crystallize into the habit of blaming and insulting, and it hardens into conditions of persecution and dishonor. All kinds of selfishness crystallize into the habit of caring only for oneself at all times, and this, hardening, forms more or less unpleasant circumstances. On the other hand, all kinds of beautiful thoughts crystallize into habits of goodness and dignity, and they solidify into light and favorable circumstances. Pure thoughts crystallize into habits of patience and self-control, and these solidify into circumstances of peace and tranquility. Thoughts of courage, fortitude, and determination crystallize into manly habits that solidify into circumstances of success, abundance, and freedom. Vigorous thoughts crystallize into habits of purity and activity that solidify into pleasant circumstances. Thoughts of tenderness and forgiveness crystallize into a habit of tranquility, which, hardening, creates conditions of protection and safety. Thoughts of love and self-denial crystallize into the habit of forgetting oneself for the sake of others, and this solidifies into circumstances of sustained prosperity and true wealth. A certain sequence of thoughts in which one persists, whether good or bad, invariably affects the character and circumstances of one's life. Man cannot directly choose the circumstances of his life, but he can choose his thoughts and thereby, however indirectly, confidently mold the circumstances of his life. Nature helps everyone. It rewards those thoughts that he especially encourages, and provides him with exactly the conditions in which both good and evil thoughts will most quickly come to the surface. Once a person has given up his sinful thoughts, the whole world will treat him more gently and will be ready to help him. It is worth it for a man to deny his cowardly and unhealthy thoughts, and now at every step he will have the opportunity to strengthen his strength and resilience. If one encourages good thoughts in oneself, no evil fate will condemn one to poverty and shame. The world is your kaleidoscope, and the various combinations of colors, changing every moment, that it shows you are subtly chosen images of your changing thoughts. You will be what you want to be. Let failure draw false satisfaction in that wretched word Wednesday. But the spirit despises him and he is free. He conquers time, he conquers space. He scares off this boastful knave. Chance and dethrones the tyrant. Circumstances and sends him to the place of a servant. Human will, that invisible force. The offspring of an immortal soul. Able to cut her way to any goal. Walk through granite walls. Don't be impatient if things don't happen right away. But wait like a man who understands everything. The effect of thoughts on health and the body. 8. The body is a servant of the mind. It obeys the commands of the mind, both carefully weighed and mechanically expressed. At the bidding of wicked thoughts, the body sinks quickly into the abyss of disease and decay. At the bidding of joyful and beautiful thoughts, it is clothed in a covering of beauty and youthfulness. Disease and health, like circumstances, are rooted in thoughts. Unhealthy thoughts express themselves in an unhealthy body. Cowardly thoughts have long been known to kill a man like a bullet, and they continue to kill thousands of people just as surely, albeit not as swiftly. It is he who lives in fear of an ailment that eventually falls ill. Anxiety quickly depletes the body and renders it defenseless against disease. Impure thoughts, even if not accompanied by material deeds, soon shake the nervous system. Strong, pure, and joyful thoughts create a body full of vitality and grace. The body is a delicate, malleable instrument that readily responds to thoughts affecting it, and the habit of thinking in a certain way will lead to certain consequences for the body, both good and bad. As long as people encourage impure thoughts in themselves, they will have impure, evil blood. A pure heart produces a pure life and a pure body. An impure mind leads to an impure life and a corrupted body. Thought is the source of action, life and outward manifestations. Purify this source, and everything becomes pure. A change in diet will not help a person unless he changes his mind. If a person purifies his thoughts, he will no longer want unclean food. If you want to perfect your body, watch your mind. If you want to renew your body, beautify your mind. Thoughts full of ill will, envy, disappointment, and discouragement rob the body of health and beauty. A dull face is not accidental, it is created by dull thoughts. Wrinkles that distort the face are drawn by stupidity, passion, pride. I know a woman 97 years old who has the clear, innocent face of a young girl. I know a man, not yet middle-aged, whose face is riddled with disharmonious wrinkles. The first is the result of a pleasant, sunny disposition, the second is the consequence of passions and discontent. Your dwelling will not be comfortable and joyful unless you let air and sunlight into your chambers. In the same way, you cannot have a strong body and a clear, cheerful or peaceful face unless you let joyful, peaceful, and good thoughts into your mind. Old men's faces show wrinkles, sometimes marked by compassion, sometimes by deep pure reflection, sometimes by passions. Who cannot distinguish them? For those who have lived righteous lives, old age is calm and peaceful, and they fade gradually as the sun sets. Recently, I saw a philosopher on his deathbed. He was an old man only for his years. He died as joyfully and peacefully as he lived. No physician can heal bodily ailments better than a joyful thought, no medicine can dispel the gloom of sorrow and grief better than goodwill. To live constantly with thoughts full of ill will, suspicion, cynicism, and envy is like voluntarily imprisoning yourself in a stone sack that you yourself have dug out. But if one thinks well of everything and everyone, has a cheerful attitude toward everything and everyone, and patiently learns to find good in everything and everyone, such selfless thoughts become the true gateway to heaven, and if one cherishes benevolent thoughts about all creatures day after day, they will bring their possessor boundless peace. Thoughts and goals. 8. It is impossible to consciously achieve anything if thoughts are not connected to a goal. Most people's ship of thoughts sails on the ocean of life without a rudder or wind. Aimlessness is a vice, and such an attitude toward the way of life cannot continue if one is going to steer his ship out of the stormy waters of disaster and destruction. People who have no main purpose in life become easy prey to anxieties, fears, worries, and self-pity, all reflecting their weakness, which is surely as consciously conceived sins lead them, though by a different route, to failure, misery, and loss, for weakness cannot exist in a universe that exudes power. There must be a worthy goal in a man's heart, and he must strive to achieve it. He must make that goal the focus of his thoughts. Such a goal may be a spiritual ideal or a worldly attainment, according to man's nature at the present moment. But whatever the goal that man has set for himself, he must persist in concentrating his thoughts upon it. He must make this goal his primary duty and devote himself to its attainment, not allowing his thoughts to be distracted by momentary fantasies, whims, and fancies. This is the king's way to self-control and true mental focus. Even if one fails time after time to achieve this goal, and he will until he overcomes his weakness, the measure of true success is the strength of character gained, and this will create a new starting point for triumph and power in the future. Those who are not ready to set themselves a great goal must concentrate their thoughts on the perfect fulfillment of duty, no matter how insignificant their tasks may seem. This is the only way to gather and concentrate their thoughts, to gain strength and determination, and then any goal will be attainable. The weakest soul, aware of its weaknesses and firmly convinced that it is possible to become stronger only through diligent exercise, will immediately begin to strengthen itself and, adding effort to effort, patience to patience and strength to strength, will never cease to develop and will eventually become divinely strong. Just as a man who is bodily weak can strengthen himself if he exercises himself carefully and patiently, so a man endowed with weak thoughts can strengthen them if he exercises himself in right thinking. Having got rid of weakness and aimlessness and beginning to think expediently, one joins the ranks of the strong who understand that failure is only one of the ways to achievement, turn conditions to their service, persistently reflect, fearlessly pursue the goal and achieve it as masters of their destiny. Having set a goal, one must mentally mark out a straight path to its attainment, without looking to the right or to the left. Doubts and fears should be diligently eradicated. They are a destructive element that breaks the straight line of effort, making it crooked, meaningless, and useless. Thoughts full of fear and doubt never achieve anything, nor are they capable of doing so. They always lead to failure. Purpose, energy, strength, all-powerful thoughts disappear when fear and doubt creep into the soul. The will to act arises from the knowledge that we are capable of action. Doubt and fear are the sworn enemies of knowledge, and he who encourages them, he who does not destroy them, obstructs himself at every turn. He who overcomes doubt and fear overcomes failure. All his thoughts are connected with power, and he meets all difficulties bravely and overcomes them wisely. The seeds of his purposes are sown in time, and they blossom and bear fruit that will not fall to the ground before the deadline. Intention, fearlessly coupled with purpose, becomes a creative force. He who knows this is ready to become higher and stronger than a mere cluster of aimless thoughts and wavering sensations. If one does this, one has become a conscious and intelligent ruler of the power of one's mind. The influence of thoughts on achievement. 8. All that man achieves and all that he fails to achieve is the direct result of his own thoughts. In a justly organized universe, where loss of equilibrium means complete destruction, personal responsibility must be absolute. Man's weakness and strength, his purity and impurity belong to him alone and to no one else. They are caused by himself and by no one else, and only he, not another man, is able to change them. His condition also belongs to him and not to another person. His sufferings and joys spread from within. The way a person thinks is what he is. As long as he keeps thinking, he keeps living. The strong man cannot help the weaker man unless the weaker man wants to be helped, but even then the weaker man must become strong himself. He must, by his own efforts, develop the strength that he admires in the other. No one but himself can change his condition. People have gotten into the habit of thinking and saying, many have become slaves because one man is the oppressor, let us hate the oppressor. But now more and more people are twisting this judgment and saying, one man is the oppressor because many are slaves, let us despise the slaves. The truth is that both the oppressor and the slaves are companions in ignorance, and although it seems as if they are causing each other suffering, in fact they are causing suffering to themselves. Perfect knowledge sees in the weakness of the oppressed and in the misdirected power of the oppressor the operation of law. Perfect love, which sees the suffering inflicted on both sides, blames neither. Perfect compassion embraces both the oppressor and the oppressed. The man who overcomes weakness and renounces all selfish thoughts belongs neither to the oppressors nor to the oppressed. He is free. When a man has exalted his thoughts, he can only rise, conquer, and succeed. If he refuses to exalt his thoughts, he can only remain weak, and insignificant, and miserable. Before one can attain anything, even worldly goods, one must elevate his thoughts above dreams of slave-like animal luxury. He does not have to give up his animal nature and selfishness at any cost in order to succeed, but at least part of it must be sacrificed. The man who thinks first of animal satiation can neither think clearly nor plan methodically. He is unable to find or develop latent talents within himself and is doomed to fail in any enterprise. Without the courage to control his own thoughts, he is unable to control the course of events or to take serious responsibility. He is not fit to act independently and to stand up for his point of view alone. He is limited to the thoughts he chooses for himself. No progress, no achievement is conceivable without sacrifice. Success in life will be the measure of the fact that man has sacrificed his vain animal thoughts and focused his mental efforts on developing plans, on strengthening in himself determination and fortitude. The more he elevates his thoughts, the more courageous, straightforward, and just he becomes, the more significant his successes will be, and the more enduring and joyful his achievements will be. The universe does not love the greedy, the dishonest, or the vicious, though at the most superficial glance it sometimes seems not to. It helps the honest, the generous, the virtuous. All the great mentors in the history of mankind have said this in one way or another, and to prove it and to learn it, one has only to become more and more virtuous by exalting one's thoughts. Achievements of thought are the consequence of thoughts centered on the search for knowledge or all that is beautiful and true in life and in nature. Sometimes such attainments are associated with ambition and vanity, but they are not the result of such qualities. They are the natural result of long, diligent effort and pure, selfless thought. Spiritual attainments are the embodiment of holy trusts. He who constantly cherishes noble and lofty thoughts within himself, who reflects on all that is pure and self-sacrificing, will acquire a wise and noble character and attain an influential and prosperous position for sure, like the sun that rises to its zenith and like the moon that reaches the full moon. Every kind of achievement is a crown of effort, a diadem of thoughts. Self-control, determination, purity, righteousness, and rightly directed thoughts always help one to rise. Low interests, laziness, impurity, wickedness, and unscrupulousness of thought always cause a man to fall. It happens that a person achieves great success in secular life and even rises in the realm of the spirit, but then he falls back into the abyss of weakness and poverty because he allowed greedy, selfish, and vicious thoughts to take control of themselves. Victories won with right intentions can only be secured by vigilance. Many people lose their vigilance, thinking that success is assured, and quickly descend into failure. All achievements, whether in business, science, or the realm of the spirit, are the consequence of rightly directed thought, and they are governed by the same law and subject to the same method, the only difference being the actual goal of the effort. He who achieves a little, sacrifices a little. He who wants to achieve more must sacrifice more. He who strives for heights must sacrifice much. Dreams and ideals. 8. Dreamers are the saviors of the world. Just as the visible world is based on the invisible, so people, with all their temptations, sins, and bad tendencies, are fed by the beautiful visions of lonely dreamers. Humanity cannot forget its dreamers. It cannot allow their ideals to fade and die. It embodies them. It recognizes them in the real things and events it will one day discover. The composer, the sculptor, the painter, the poet, the prophet, the sage, they are all creators of the future, architects of heaven. The world is beautiful because they once lived. Without them, suffering humanity would perish. He who cherishes in his heart a beautiful dream, a lofty ideal, one day will realize it. Columbus cherished the dream of a new world and discovered it. Copernicus harbored a dream of many worlds and the vastness of the universe, and discovered them. Buddha relished the dream of a spiritual world of perfect beauty and perfect peace, and entered it. Cherish your dreams. Cherish your ideals. Cherish the music that trembles in your heart, the beauty that is created in your thoughts, the charm that adorns your purest thoughts, for in them are rooted every admirable circumstance, every divine environment. If you are true to them, it is from them that your world will eventually be built. To desire is to receive, to hope is to achieve. Should man's basest desires be fully rewarded, and his purest hopes wither for lack of reinforcement? This is not according to the law. This state of affairs is not consistent with the truth of ask, and it will be given to you. Let your dreams be lofty, and you will become what you dream. Your dream is a testament to what you will one day become. Your ideal is the harbinger of what you will one day become. The greatest achievements were at first and for a time a dream. The oak tree slumbers in the acorn, the bird waits in the egg, and in the highest dreams of the soul, the awakening angel trembles. Dreams are the germs of incarnation. Circumstances may be unfavorable for you, but it won't be that way for long. All you have to do is feel the ideal and make the effort to reach it. You cannot travel inwardly and remain motionless outwardly. Here is a young man, bent under the burden of toil and poverty, spending long hours in the workshop with its unhealthy air, learning nothing, not knowing the art of refined behavior. But he dreams of a better lot. He thinks of education, refinement, nobility, and beauty. He ponders, constructs in his mind an ideal picture of his life. He dreams of freedom, of broad-mindedness. Anxiety drives him to action, and he spends all his free time and resources, however meager, to develop his latent talents and abilities. Very soon his mind changes so much that the workshop becomes cramped for him. It contrasts so starkly with his mindset that it disappears from his life like a discarded garment, and the young man leaves it for good as the possibilities that correspond to the new dimensions of his power unfold before him. As the years pass, we find that this young man has become a mature man. We find that he has become a lord of considerable mental powers that provide him with influence throughout the world and almost incomparable power. He has a tremendous amount of responsibility in his hands. He speaks and, just look, whole lives are changed. Many people lean on his words, reshape their characters, and he, like the sun, becomes the luminous center around which countless destinies revolve. This man embodied the dream of his youth. He is reconnected with his ideal. And you, young reader, will recognize in your heart a dream, not an idle desire, whether it be earthy, beautiful, or both, because you will always be drawn to exactly what you really love most. The results of your thoughts will fall into your hands, and they alone, you will get exactly what you deserve, no more and no less. Whatever your present environment may be, you will fall, remain in your former conditions, or be elevated by your thoughts, by the dream, by the ideal. You will become as insignificant as the whim that possesses you, as great as the hope that overwhelms you. In the beautiful words of Stanton Kirkham Dave, imagine you're doing your bookkeeping and suddenly you walk out the door that you thought had been the limit of your ideals for so long, and you find yourself in front of an audience with a pen behind your ear and ink on your fingers, and that's when your frenetic flow of imagination bursts forth. You're chasing a flock of sheep, and suddenly you wander into town, a country bumpkin with your mouth open, but a disobedient spirit guide leads you into the studio of a great master, and soon the master says, "I have nothing more to teach you." And so you have become a master yourself, you who so recently dreamed of high things, chasing sheep. You must put away the saw and the planer to take on the task of reviving the world. The thoughtless, ignorant, and lazy see only the superficial consequences of events, not the events themselves, and therefore speak of luck, chance, and fortune. When they see someone getting rich, they say, "What a lucky man." When they observe someone honing their education, they exclaim, "How gifted he is." And when they notice what an angelic character someone has, or what power they have, they throw in, "Lucky chance smiles on him every step of the way." They don't see the trials, failures, and obstacles these people willingly faced to gain experience. They do not imagine the sacrifices they had to make, the indestructible efforts they had to make, the faith they had to put forth to overcome what seemed insurmountable and to realize their cherished dream. They do not know about darkness and headaches, they see only light and joy and call it luck. They do not see the long arduous journey, but notice only a pleasant goal and call it happy occasion. They do not understand the process, but perceive only the result and call it luck. In any human endeavor, there are efforts and there are results, and the amount of effort determines the result. Luck has no part in this. Gifts, power, material, mental, and spiritual acquisitions are the fruits of effort. They are completed thoughts, accomplished goals, realized dreams. The dream you glorify in your thoughts, the ideal you honor in your heart, these are the ones you will build your life on, these are the ones you will become. Serenity. 8. Peace of mind is one of the beautiful pearls of wisdom. It is the result of a long and patient effort to master oneself. Such serenity is a reflection of mature experience and a far from ordinary understanding of the laws of thought and thought process. One becomes serene as he realizes that he himself is a being involved in thinking, for this knowledge requires that the result of thinking be an understanding of others. When one learns to understand them correctly and sees more and more clearly the interconnections between objects and phenomena caused by the law of cause and effect, one ceases to complain, to be angry, to be anxious, and to grieve and becomes steadfast, persistent, and calm. A calm person who knows how to govern himself also knows how to adapt to others, and they, in turn, respect his spiritual strength and feel that they can learn from him and rely on him. The more equanimous a person becomes, the greater his success, influence, and power for good. Even a simple merchant will find that his business flourishes when he learns to better control himself and keep his spirits up, for people always prefer to do business with a person who is distinguished by a consistently even demeanor. A strong and calm man is always loved and respected. He is like a tree that casts a thick shadow in the desert, like an unwavering cliff in a storm. Who doesn't love a peaceful spirit, a harmonious, peaceful life? Whether the sun shines or rains, and whatever changes befall those who possess these gifts, such a person is always pleasant, calm and serene. That exquisite nobility of character which we call serenity is the subject of the last lesson, the color of life, the abundant harvest of the spirit. It is as precious as wisdom, it should be coveted more than gold, oh yes, even if it be gold of the highest caliber. How insignificant seems the mere pursuit of money in comparison with a serene life, a life in the ocean of truth, under the stormy waves, beyond the reach of storms and disturbances, in eternal tranquility. How many people we know who poison their lives, ruin all that is bright and beautiful just because they have a temper, who destroy the nobility of their own character and spoil their own blood. It is not surprising if it turns out that the vast majority ruin their lives and poison their happiness precisely because of a lack of self-control. How seldom one meets in life people of poise, possessing that delicate nobility which is characteristic of a whole character. Yes, mankind is tossed about by stormy waves of uncontrollable passions, tossed about by hurricanes of indomitable grief, swept away by torrents of anxiety and doubt. Only a wise man, only one whose thoughts are pure and controlled, subdues the stormy winds of the soul. Souls who are tossing in the waves, wherever you are, whatever your circumstances, know that in the ocean of life there are islands of bliss smiling at you, the sunny shore of your ideal waiting for you. Don't take your steady hand off the rudder of your thoughts. On the ship of your soul sails the sovereign who rules all, he is only asleep, wake him. Self-mastery is strength, faithful thought is dominion, tranquility is power. Tell your heart, don't be anxious, be calm. The 8 Pillars of Prosperity. 8. Forward. 8. The conventional wisdom is that a person or a people can prosper only through political or social restructuring. This cannot be true apart from the moral upholding of individual human beings, of whom a nation is composed. Strengthening the moral foundations of an individual or a community inevitably and invariably leads to improvements in laws and social conditions. But no change in the law can lead to prosperity, just as no change in the law can prevent its decline if an individual or a people stops striving for virtue and lapses into moral turpitude. Morality, virtue are the foundation and the guarantee of prosperity, for it is these that constitute the core of greatness. They are eternal, and all human achievements that will endure through the ages rest on moral values as the foundation. Without moral values, there will be no strength, no stability, no tangible reality, only ephemeral dreams. To gain moral principles is to gain prosperity, greatness, truth, and, therefore, to become strong, courageous, joyous, and free. James Allen. Bringolia. Ilfracombe, England. What are the 8 pillars of prosperity? 8. Prosperity rests on a foundation of moral principles. A common misconception is that prosperity rests on a foundation of immorality, i.e., deceit, trickery, cheating, and greed. One often hears an otherwise shallow person proclaim, "You can't achieve anything by honesty in business. Success is possible only by cheating," thereby calling prosperity in affairs, i.e., something good, the fruit of deception, something bad. Such statements are superficial and unreasonable, and indicate a complete ignorance of moral cause and effect, as well as an extremely limited outlook on life. To claim that prosperity is built on deception is like sowing bleach and weeding spinach or building a brick house on quicksand, that is, to do the impossible of natural causation, something one should not do. Spiritual or moral causality is similar in principle, but only in nature. In the realm of the invisible, in thoughts and deeds, the same order of things applies as in natural phenomena. Man observes the processes of nature and acts in accordance with them, but, not seeing the processes of the spiritual, assumes as if they do not exist, and therefore acts out of harmony with them. Nevertheless, these spiritual processes are as simple and authentic as natural processes. They are indeed the same natural laws, only manifested in the realm of the invisible, the mental. All the parables and a considerable number of the sayings of the great teachers were created to illustrate this fact. The natural world is the realm of the mental, only given visibility. The visible is nothing but a reflection of the invisible. The top of the circle is no different from the bottom, but its sphericity is inverted. The material and the immaterial are not two disconnected arcs in the universe, but two halves of one circle. The natural and the spiritual are not eternal antagonists, rather, in the true order of things in the universe, they represent an eternal unity. When antagonism and separation arise, on the contrary, it is unnatural. It disrupts the world order and relegates the essential to the background. This happens when suffering is repeated and the harmonic perfection of the circle is destroyed. Any material process is also a process in the realm of consciousness and spirit. Every law of nature has its counterpart in the realm of the spiritual. Take any natural object or phenomenon, and if you search properly, you will find its analogues in the spiritual realm, with all their fundamental processes. Consider, for example, how a seed in the ground sprouts and a flower grows from it, which then drops its seed back into the ground. Exactly the same process can be seen in the spiritual realm. Thoughts are the seeds that fall on the soil of the mind, germinate and sprout until they reach the final stage and blossom into deeds, bad or good, clever or foolish, according to their nature, and finish their journey by becoming again seeds, sown again in the soil of the human mind. The teacher is the sower, the spiritual agronomist, and he who teaches himself is the wise gardener of his own spiritual garden. The growth of thought is like the growth of a plant. The seed must be sown at the proper time of the year and given the appropriate time for the flowers of knowledge to grow and blossom and the fruits of wisdom to ripen. As I write this sentence down, I pause and look out my study window and see in the garden, 100 yards from the house, a tall tree in which some enterprising rook has first made its nest. A strong northeasterly wind is blowing, so the top of the tree sways violently back and forth with every gust, yet the fragile structure of twigs and hairs is in no danger of falling, and the mother rook, incubating her eggs, is not afraid of the storm. Why? Because the bird instinctively builds the nest in harmony with the principles that provide maximum strength and reliability of the structure. First, the bird chooses a convenient fork as a foundation for the nest, not just a gap between two separate branches, so that no matter how much the treetop sways, the position of the nest does not change, and neither does its structure. The bird then builds the nest by stacking and weaving the branches in a circle to protect its dwelling as securely as possible from pressure from all sides, as well as to achieve complete compactness inside, according to the purpose served by the structure. That's why, no matter how the wind blows and the storm rages, the bird's nest remains unharmed, secure, and comfortable. A nest is such a simple and familiar object, and yet its structure is strictly subject to mathematical laws. Because of this, for the wise man, the nest serves as a symbol of enlightenment and teaches us that only by submitting our actions to eternal principles can we achieve complete security, complete safety, and complete balance in the stormy ocean of events and the eternal storms of life. A house or temple built by man is a much more complex structure than a bird's nest, but nevertheless it is also built according to the same mathematical principles that we find everywhere in nature. The example of human construction shows how man, in the creation of material objects, obeys the universal laws of nature. The man will never try to build a house in violation and negation of geometric proportions, because he knows that this structure will be fragile and the first storm is likely to level it to the ground, if before the building does not collapse on the head of the builder in the process of construction. In erecting material structures, man carefully follows the eternal principles of the circle, the square and the angle and, with the aid of a ruler, compass and plumb line, erects a structure that will be a solid home, will withstand the fiercest storms and provide him with a safe shelter. It's all very simple, the reader will say. Yes, it is simple because it is immutable and perfect, so immutable that it does not permit the slightest compromise, and so perfect that no man can improve it. Through long experience man has learned these principles of the material world and understands that it is wise to follow them, and therefore I refer to them to convince the reader that these same eternal principles also exist in the mental and spiritual realm, where they are just as eternal, simple, perfect and immutable. In spite of this, at the present time man understands them so little that he continually violates them, because he is unaware of their nature and unaware of the damage he constantly does to himself through ignorance. In the mind, as in matter, in thought, as in material phenomena, in action, as in natural processes, there is an unchanging foundation, fundamental principles, and if ignored deliberately or through ignorance, it will lead to disaster and defeat. Indeed, ignoring these laws through ignorance is what causes all the pain and sorrow of the world. In the material world, these laws are revealed as laws of mathematics. In the realm of the spiritual, they are revealed as laws of morality and morals. But the mathematical and the moral are not opposites, not separate phenomena, they are nothing but two aspects of a whole. The immutable eternal principles of mathematics, followed by the whole material world, are the body with morality as its soul. Whereas the eternal principles of morality are mathematical truisms that work in the universe of spirit and mind. It is impossible to achieve success in life by disconnecting from the principles of morality and morals, just as it is impossible to erect a solid structure by ignoring the principles of mathematics. Character, like a house, will be strong only when it stands on the foundation of the moral law and when it is built slowly and diligently, deed by deed, for in building character, deeds are the same as bricks in building a building. Business and all enterprise are inseparable from the eternal world order and can exist only if the eternal laws of morality are observed. For prosperity to be stable and lasting, it must be built on a solid foundation of moral principles, and supported by indestructible pillars of untainted integrity and impeccable character. If one attempts to conduct one's affairs in contempt of moral principles, one is bound to suffer one form of ruin or another. In any society those who prosper steadily and steadfastly are not knaves and cheats, but reliable and decent people. In British society, the most decent people are thought to be Quakers, too, and though their numbers are small, they are the ones who prosper the most. In India the morally upright Jains, thrive in the same way. People talk about building a business, and indeed, business is much like building a brick house or a stone temple, although the process of building a business takes place in the mental realm. Prosperity, like a house, is a roof over one's head that provides protection and comfort. The roof implies support, and support requires a foundation. Thus, the roof of prosperity rests on the following 8 pillars or supports, which stand firmly and invariably on the foundation of moral rectitude. 1. Energy. 2. Frugality. 3. decency. 4. System. 5. Compassion. Sincerity. 7. Impartiality. 8. Self-confidence. A business built on the steadfast adherence to these 8 pillars will be strong, durable, and virtually indestructible. No one and nothing can harm it, nothing can undermine its prosperity, nothing can hinder or break its success, but the success of that business will grow only if the above principles are steadfastly observed. On the other hand, if these principles were absent at all, there would be no success, there would be no business itself, because nothing would bind its parts together, there would be no life itself, no matter and permanence, which help anything to take material form and embodiment. Imagine a man completely devoid of these principles, imagine his daily life, and even if you are barely familiar with these principles and know little about them, you still cannot imagine such a man succeeding at anything. You can imagine an unprincipled man leading the hard life of a restless vagabond, but your imagination will be powerless to picture him at the head of any cause, at the center of any organization, or as a responsible person in any sphere of life. No, you cannot imagine it, because you will understand, it is impossible. The fact that anyone endowed with morality and reason cannot imagine the unprincipled man achieving the slightest success should serve as a lesson to all those who have not yet grasped the importance of immutable principles, and therefore persist in deluding themselves and proclaiming that morality is supposed to be an obstacle to success, not the foundation for it. But the fact that an unprincipled man cannot be seen as successful will be strong evidence of their delusion to such people, for if they were right, then the less moral foundations a man has, the more powerful his successes would be. Thus, to a greater or lesser extent, the above 8 principles are the key to success in any field of endeavor. They lurk behind the facade of all prosperity and support it, and though the outside observer sometimes does not notice that they are there, it is these principles that support and strengthen any effort that culminates in what people call success. Yes, it is true that few relatively successful people fully and completely observe all 8 of these principles, but those who do observe all 8 are the true leaders, mentors, and leaders, the backbone of our society and the pioneers of human evolution. But while few achieve the kind of moral perfection that leads to the pinnacles of success, it is possible to achieve less success by observing at least some of these principles. They are so effective and bear such excellent fruit that, even if 1 or 2 of the 8 principles are perfectly observed, it is already possible to achieve the usual level of prosperity and to secure a beneficial influence on at least a narrow sphere of life, and at least temporarily. If one does not perfectly observe 3 or more of the principles, or observe only partially but all 8, this will result in limited and temporary success and influence, which will later gradually and steadily increase, pushing one toward the acquisition of greater wisdom and toward the comprehensive application of those principles which at this stage he only partially introduces into his character. A person's moral boundary determines the boundaries of his success. This truth is so immutable that knowledge of a person's moral status makes it possible to predict with mathematical precision the extent to which he will reach the heights of success or fail. The temple of prosperity will stand firm only as long as the 8 pillars of success support it. If they weaken, it will falter. If they disappear, the temple of prosperity will begin to crumble and inevitably collapse into dust. If moral principles are ignored or denied, ultimately collapse and failure are inevitable, because that is the cause and effect relationship in nature itself. Just as a stone cast in the air is bound to fall to the ground, so every deed, good or bad, comes back to the one who did it. Every moral or immoral act affects the target at which it was directed, and every subsequent act only reinforces the result. On the other hand, every moral act becomes another brick in the masonry of the temple of prosperity, another particle of beauty and strength in the pillars on which that temple rests. Individuals, families, and nations grow and flourish in harmony if their moral strength and wisdom grow. They fail and collapse if their morals are in decline. Spiritually, as physically, only that which has form and integrity can survive, endure, and endure. Immorality is nothing, and nothing can be created out of nothing. It is the negation of matter itself. Immorality is a destructive element, a denial of form, a process of spiritual decay. By undermining and decomposing, immorality leaves debris to which a wise builder manages to give shape again, and this wise builder is morality. It is morality that is at once the essence, the form, and the creative force. Morality always creates and preserves, for this is its nature, in contrast to immorality, which always destroys and crushes. Morality is creative, both for the individual and for the entire nation, on any scale. Morality is indestructible, and he who rests on morality ultimately rests on an indestructible rock, so that he will not be in danger of collapse and will surely triumph. This man will inevitably be tested, for without struggle there is no victory, and only in struggle is the moral power of the spirit honed. Moreover, by its very nature immutable principles, like all that is beautiful and perfect, must be put to the test and, by standing up, prove their power. Steel rods, destined to withstand tremendous strain to fulfill their assigned role, are first subjected to the harsh blows of the forge hammer, heated and cooled by ice water, so the smith tests their strength and durability, and only after the test is given to them outside the forge. The stonemason does not hesitate to throw out beyond the threshold of the workshop bricks that have cracked, unable to withstand the fierce heat of the furnace, for he knows that they are unfit for construction. Likewise, the man who achieves lasting and great success will pass through a series of severe trials and the fire of temptation, in which his moral fortitude will not diminish, but will be strengthened and refined. After such trials, man will be like tempered steel, ready for great deeds, and the universe, like the blacksmith with his tempered steel, will see to it that man, strong in spirit and moral, will find a worthy cause. Immorality is always unreliable and vulnerable, and he who tries to rely on it as a foundation will fall into the abyss of collapse. He may seem to have survived for a while, but he will not be able to hold his ground, and his defeat is inevitable. While the immoral man smirks contentedly, rejoicing in his riches acquired by deceit and dishonor, there is already a hole in his pocket through which the gold is poured. He who begins to build his life and business on the foundation of morality, but in the hour of harsh trials retreats from it, is like a brick that has cracked at the first test of the furnace heat. It is useless for anything useful, and the universe throws it away. And yet he will not be finally discarded, for he is a human being, not a brick. He is capable of living and learning and of being reborn morally and spiritually. The power of morality is the lifeblood and the key to all success, the basic element of all prosperity. But success varies, and it is often necessary for a person to fail in one thing in order to then achieve far greater success in something else. If, for example, a literary, artistic, or spiritual genius begins his life's journey by trying to make money, he will probably, and often does, fail first. But this failure will serve him well, strengthening and refining his gift so that he will be able to achieve greater success in the field in which he is truly gifted. No doubt many millionaires would gladly trade their millions for Shakespeare's literary successes or the spiritual achievements of the Buddha and consider themselves fortunate bargains. Exceptional spiritual achievements are rarely accompanied by financial successes, but financial success does not compare to them in grandeur and scale. In this book, however, I do not intend to speak of the achievements of saints or geniuses, but of the successes that relate to the well-being, prosperity, and happiness of the average person. I am talking about prosperity, which, although more or less temporarily or permanently connected with money, is nevertheless not limited to financial well-being, but extends to all areas of human activity. Such prosperity is especially related to the harmony between the individual and the circumstances, which gives rise to satisfaction, called happiness, and contentment, called well-being. To ultimately achieve this result, so desired by most people, it is necessary to understand how the 8 principles, the 8 pillars of success, work and how the very edifice of prosperity is erected and strengthened upon them. Pillar 1: Energy. 8. Energy is the power by which all achievements are made. It turns inert coal into fire and water into steam, it enlivens and enhances ordinary talent, turning it into genius. And when the energy touches the mind of a fool who used to sleep a sleepless sleep, it turns it into a living fire. Energy is a moral virtue, the opposite of laziness. As a virtue, it can be nurtured and developed, and a lazy person can become active if he forces himself to act. Compared to a vigorous person, a sloth is only half alive. When the lazy person talks about how hard it is for him to do something, the energetic person is already doing it. An active and energetic person manages to get a lot of work done before the slacker has time to wake up. While the lazy person is waiting for an opportunity, the active person is already looking for it, finding and using more than a dozen opportunities. While the slacker is rubbing his eyes, the active person is already in full swing. Energy is one of the primary forces of nature. Without it, you can't achieve anything. It is the basic element of every form of action. The entire universe is a manifestation of indefatigable, though incomprehensible energy. Thus, energy is life, and without it there would be no universe or life. When man is idle, and his body is inert, and all functions do not work, we say that man is dead, and, if man does nothing, he is almost dead. Physically and spiritually, man is by nature itself created for action, not for piggyback idleness. Every muscle in the body, being a lever for action, is a reproach to the lazy man. Every bone or nerve is made for resistance, every function and device exists for a reason, for a purpose. Everything is directed to action, everything is perfected by action. It is because of all this that the slacker will not see prosperity, happiness, peace, and balance. He will lose even the roof over his head because he will end up a homeless outcast, despised and rejected by all. By avoiding systematic work and exertion, he makes his lot harder than that of a hard-working and energetic man. Even misapplied energy is still better than no energy at all and complete idleness. This is exactly what the Apostle John said, "I know your works, you are neither cold nor hot, oh, if you were cold or hot. But as thou art lukewarm, and neither hot nor cold, I will vomit thee out of my mouth." 4. The extremes of cold or heat in this saying symbolize the transforming effect of energy in all its varieties, bad and good. The state of warmth is something colorless, lifeless, and useless. One cannot say of such a state that it is evil or virtuous, because it is simply barren emptiness. If one puts effort and energy into something evil, expecting to achieve his selfish ends, he is bound to bring upon himself difficulties, sufferings, and sorrows, which, in turn, will force him to learn something from bitter experience and eventually to mend his ways and act for good ends. There will come a moment of truth when his eyes will be opened to virtue, and he will move in a different direction and find another, good, application of his energy and become as strong in virtue as he was in evil. This truth is perfectly summed up in the old saying, "The more he sinned, the holier he will be." Energy is power, and without it no accomplishments are possible. Without it there would be no virtue, for virtue consists not only in not doing evil, but mainly in action, in doing good. There are those who try to do so, but fail, because they lack energy. Their efforts are too weak to produce positive results. Such people are blameless, and because they do no concrete harm, they are usually spoken of as virtuous, but unsuccessful. But a lack of initiative to do harm is not something good, it represents weakness and powerlessness. What is truly good is someone who, while possessing the power to do evil, nevertheless makes the right choice and channels his energy into good deeds. Thus, without a certain charge of energy, there can be no moral power. What good is it to doze off in inactivity? Such a person's goodness will not manifest itself in any way, just as no mechanical movement would occur without energy. Energy is the creative force in everything that happens in all spheres of life, both spiritual and material. The call to action that may be made not only to warriors in battle, but also from the lips or pen of every perceptor in every field, is a call to awaken dormant energy from its slumber and zealously take up the task at hand. Even preceptors who teach reflection and meditation do not neglect to call their students to action to encourage them to practice contemplation and meditation. Energy is equally necessary in every area of life without exception, and it is not only the warrior, engineer, or merchant who is guided by the call to action, but all saviors, sages, and prophets. One of the great teachers, namely Gautama Buddha, urged his disciples, "Stay awake," a call that succinctly expresses the need for tireless energy if you want to achieve something, a call that applies equally to the saint and the tradesman. Perpetual vigilance is the price of freedom, and freedom is the attainment of the goal. The same master said, "If something is to be done, do it immediately, pounce on it with zeal." The wisdom of this advice becomes evident when one remembers that action is creative, that growth and development follow action. To get more energy, we must make full use of what we already have. Only the one who uses all his energy gets a new influx of energy and, as a consequence, new accomplishments. Only he who zealously and with dedication takes up the cause gains new strength and freedom. But for energy to be fruitful, it is not enough to direct it to good purposes, one must be able to manage it carefully and conserve it. Conservation of energy is a modern term expressing the natural law that energy is never wasted or wasted, and the person whose energy will produce fruitful results must work intelligently to implement this law. Noise and haste are a senseless and wasteful expenditure of energy. The quieter the ride, the farther you ride, the proverb says not without reason. Lots of noise is usually accompanied by paltry accomplishments. The more you talk, the less you do. Only what is empty on the inside rattles, as Shakespeare wrote. 5. When a steam engine runs, it runs silently. Noise is created only when steam is released. The bullet hits its target because of the concentrated powder. If one strengthens one's energy, conserves it, and concentrates all one's strength on the goal, one does one's work in a concentrated, quiet and silent manner, calm and confident. To think that noise means power is a profound misconception. The noisy braggart is a child. Physically, he is an adult, but spiritually and mentally he is like an infant, and since he has no strength to accomplish anything and cannot produce any accomplishments, he tries to make up for it by loudly proclaiming that he could do this and that. Quiet waters are deep, the proverb says, and the great forces of the universe operate silently and imperceptibly. Where there is peace, there is also great energy. Peace is a sure sign of a strong, trained, patient and disciplined mind and spirit. A calm man knows his business, be assured. He speaks little, but in substance. His plans are carefully thought out, and they work like a well-tuned mechanism. He looks far ahead and goes straight to his goal. His enemies, difficulties, he turns into allies and finds them useful application, for he has well learned to be in harmony with the enemy if he goes the same way with him. Like a wise general, he has foreseen all emergencies. He prepared for everything in advance. In his reflections, thinking about whether his judgments are correct, such a person has calculated all possible turns in advance and prepared for each of them. It is impossible to catch him unawares, he is never in a hurry, he always keeps calm and feels solid ground under his feet. Sometimes you may think that he managed to discourage and trap, but then you soon discover that, in haste, you fell into his own trap himself, and that it was he who defeated you, and not you him, because in pursuit of good luck caught in their own net. Your impulse is no match for his single-mindedness, and you will fail in your first attack. Your unrestrained energy will not stand against his calculated and concentrated strength. He is armed, and there is not a single breach in his armor. He meets his opponent with spiritual jujitsu, based on the strictest self-discipline, and turns his blows against himself. If such a person is bombarded with sarcastic and angry words, his meek response will harbor a sharp edge that will wound the enemy to the core, and the flames of his anger will turn to impotent ash. If you approach such a man with vulgar familiarity, he will look at you so that you will burn with shame and come to your senses. He is ready for any turn of events and therefore can deal with any people, but not all people are able to cope with him. In his presence everyone gives away their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and he holds the situation in his hands because he has an indestructible strength and is calm out of a habit that has become unconscious. Calmness of this kind should be distinguished from dead calm, lethargy, and apathy. Calm equilibrium is the pinnacle of concentrated energy. Behind it lurks a concentrated mind. When agitated and fidgety, the mind dissipates, loses power and weight, and loses focus. A fidgety, irritable person is powerless and unable to influence anything. He repels rather than attracts. Such a person will wonder why his good-natured and accommodating neighbor succeeds, why everyone seeks his company, while he himself, perpetually anxious, perpetually hurried and discontented, struggles, fails, and is not attracted to himself. In fact, his neighbor is not more good-natured, but calmer, more balanced and purposeful, so he manages to do more and does everything more skillfully, and is also endowed with more self-control and spiritual maturity. That is the secret of his success and influence. Such a person has energy under control and does not idle away, while his envious neighbor's energy is misused and wasted. Thus, energy is the first pillar in the temple of prosperity, and without it, as the first and most important pillar, prosperity is essentially impossible. No energy, no ability to act, no adult self-respect and independence. Among the unemployed there are many who cannot find a job precisely because they lack the energy to work. The person who stands on the street for hours a day with his hands in his pockets and a pipe in his teeth, waiting for someone to buy him a beer, is less likely to find a job or accept one if it is offered. The physically sluggish and mentally apathetic person becomes more and more relaxed and apathetic every day, making himself more and more unfit for work and, therefore, unfit for life itself. An energetic and active person may at times experience periods of unemployment and suffering, but to become permanently unemployed is unthinkable to him, and this will not happen to him. He will either find a job, or he will invent one for himself, because apathy is unbearable for him, while work is a pleasure for him, and he who delights in work will not be out of work for long. The lazy man doesn't want to work. Idle, he is in his element. His main concern is how to avoid work. Leading a vegetal existence in a semi-numb state is his ideal happiness. He is sluggish and incapable of labor. Even the extreme socialists, who blame the rich for unemployment, would calculate a lazy, careless, and unprofitable servant and thereby add to the army of the unemployed, for laziness is the worst vice that turns away all active and virtuous men. However, energy is not a homogeneous force, it consists of several elements. It includes the qualities that make up active character and prosperity. The main of these qualities are as follows. 1. 2. Vigilance. 3. Performance. 4. Good faith. Thus, the pillar of energy is a combination of the above four elements. They are whole, durable, and designed to withstand any pressure of adversity. They bring life, strength, and progress. Quickness is a valuable quality. It entails reliability. Those who are quick, sensitive, and punctual are reliable people and can be relied upon. You can always count on them to do their duty, and do it on their conscience and with all their heart. Eager masters, the joy for the subordinates and the punishment for those who try to get away from work. They are the pledge and example of discipline for those who cannot discipline themselves by any other means. Thus, in contributing to their own success and benefiting themselves, industrious people also benefit and contribute to the success of others. A slovenly worker who is always slow and does not take up work for a long time becomes a burden, if not to himself, then to those around him, and his services lose economic value. Hard work and orderliness, the servants of efficiency, become a good help in achieving prosperity. In ordinary business, diligence saves energy and helps to increase income. It is doubtful that anyone who is always putting off work will ever succeed in business. I have never met anyone like that, though I have known many who have failed. Vigilance stands guard over all our faculties and mental powers. It is the guard that will not let any violent or destructive element pass, a close companion and protector of success, freedom, and wisdom. Vigilance, a special sensitive mind, without which a person turns into a fool, and the fool never sees success. The fool does not guard his mind, allowing himself to be deprived of peace, equilibrium and sobriety. He lets himself bad thoughts and malicious passions, and they grind and rob him. He has no vigilance and leaves the doors of the mind wide open to any malevolent invader. Such a man is so weak and morally unstable that any impulse disturbs his equilibrium, and passions overwhelm him entirely. He is an example to others, which should not be. He always fails, for a fool is an insult to any company, and there is no society that will respectfully accept him. Just as wisdom is the pinnacle of strength, stupidity is the ultimate expression of weakness. Lack of vigilance manifests itself in unthinking and carelessness, as well as in general promiscuity, which is expressed in all the mundane nuances of life. Carelessness is another name for stupidity and recklessness. It is carelessness that is the root cause of many failures and misfortunes. Those who strive to be useful and prosperous will not allow themselves to be thoughtless about their own actions and their impact on others and themselves. One must awaken a sense of personal responsibility in oneself at the dawn of one's career. He must know that wherever he is, at home, in the office, behind the preacher's pulpit, in the bank, behind the counter, in the classroom, alone or in society, at work or at leisure, his behavior will affect his career, positively or negatively. There is a subtle effect of behavior that makes an impression on any man, woman, or child it affects. This impression is what becomes the determining factor in how people relate to one another. This is why the education of good manners plays such a huge role in human society. If you have any defect of character or mind, any defect, you must not mention it or show it in your work. You must not allow it to interfere with your work. The corrosive influence of this defect will penetrate all your affairs and spoil your happiness and prosperity, just as corrosive acid corrodes and spoils the best steel. On the other hand, if you radiate spiritual and mental perfection and harmony, those around you will reach out to you, sometimes without knowing why, and this positive quality will become your strongest side in all your affairs and undertakings, attracting friends and opportunities, helping you to succeed in all your affairs. What's more, it will balance out your small shortcomings and cover up a lot of failures. So the world repays us according to what we give it. It pays for evil with evil, and for good with good. For transgressions it will repay us with incomplete success, for good behavior it will repay us with lasting prosperity and tangible achievements. We act, and the world responds. When a fool fails, he blames others and sees no fault in himself, but a wise man analyzes his mistakes and corrects them, and therefore is sure to succeed. He who is vigilant and diligent is thus equipped with a powerful weapon to achieve his goals, and if he is always spiritually and mentally alert to all possibilities and opposed to all his weaknesses, what event, what adversary, what circumstances will overpower him or take him by surprise? What will prevent him from reaching his goal? Hard work brings joy and abundance. The industrious and diligent are the happiest people in society. They are not always the richest, if by wealth we mean financial well-being, but they are always the most cheerful and most satisfied with what they have. And so they are still richer than others, if the feeling of prosperity and well-being is considered wealth. An active person has no time to be discouraged and sulk or to think selfishly about their troubles. What one uses most often is always polished to a bright shine, and very busy people are better able to keep their minds sparkling and cheerful. That which one uses seldom dims from non-use, and so the idler is tormented by boredom and gloomy reflections. To talk about anything to kill time is, in fact, a confession of stupidity, for he who remembers that his life is so short and the world is full of sources of knowledge, and who is endowed with a sound mind and a pure heart, will try to live every day and every moment of life meaningfully and joyfully. If such a person mentions time, he will only say that he does not have enough time to do all that he would like to do. Productivity and industriousness also entail health and well-being. An active person goes to bed tired every night, his sleep is sound and sweet, and he wakes up in the morning refreshed and full of energy for a delightful new day filled with interesting activities. He has an excellent appetite and digestion. He knows how to relax and know how to spend leisure tastefully, and his work invigorates. Would such a man keep company with a grumpy sourpuss? Grumpy people are usually attracted to those who do little and eat a lot. If people try to be useful to society, they get a hundredfold return. They are healthy, happy, and prosperous. They transform any mundane task by making it interesting, and they keep the world afloat. Such people are an asset to the nation and the salt of the earth. Conscientiousness, said one of the great teachers, is the road to immortality. He who is conscientious does not die, he who is careless is like a living dead man. Conscientiousness is total dedication. We are only alive in what we do. Conscientious people are strict about their own imperfections in their work and strive to achieve perfection in whatever they do, and invariably achieve it. There are so many negligent, half-hearted workers, content with their carelessness, that conscientious and dedicated workers shine in their spotlessness. For the conscientious and serious man there is always a cause and a way to benefit society. There has never been a case where a conscientious person has failed to find a worthy application in one field or another. These people work diligently, thoughtfully, with dedication, and will never rest until they have done their best work, so the world always pays them what they deserve, one way or another: high wages, best friends, influence, prestige, happiness, joy of life and excellence, and the highest quality in everything, whether it be material, intellectual or spiritual. Whether you are a merchant or a teacher, you will always be able to give the best of yourself to the world without doubt or half-hearted work. If you are conscientious in your work, in your words, in your deeds, your work will prosper and your labors will remain in eternity. Conscientious people grow rapidly both as individuals and as specialists in their field. That is why they live forever, not die, for stagnation in development is death, and where there is steady progress and eternal striving for perfection and overcoming one's shortcomings, stagnation and death retreat before activity and life. This is the meaning and essence of the first pillar of prosperity, energy. Whoever builds this pillar strong and solid will have a lifetime of reliable support for his cause. The second pillar is frugality. 8. It is said of nature that it does not tolerate emptiness. But neither does nature tolerate waste. In the divine economy of my nature, everything is preserved and used for good. Even excrement is chemically transformed and used to build new matter. Nature destroys everything dirty, not destroying, but transforming, purifying, transforming into something else and putting it at the service of the beautiful, useful, and good. This economy, which in nature is a universal principle, in man represents one of the moral qualities, and it is through this quality that he preserves his energy and maintains his place as a work unit in the great mechanism of all things. Financial frugality is only a particular fragment of this universal principle, or rather a material symbol of that higher frugality, which has a purely mental form and in which transformations take place at the spiritual level. The financial economist changes copper into silver, silver into gold, gold into banknotes, and transforms banknotes into numbers on a bank account. Through these transformations of money into forms even more convenient for subsequent transformations, he gains financial benefit and profit in his own affairs. The spiritual economist transforms passions into reason, reason into principles, principles into wisdom, and wisdom into actions that have a powerful effect, though few. Through all these transformations, he who masters the art of spiritual economy profits spiritually. He forges his character and gains power over his own life. True frugality is moderation in all areas of life, material or spiritual, a golden mean between reckless waste and inappropriate stinginess. For that which is wasted, whether it be money or energy, has no power; that which, out of selfishness, is withheld and hoarded, has no power either. Concentration is necessary to retain power, whether material or spiritual, but concentration must be followed by intelligent application, not senseless accumulation or equally senseless waste. Hoarding money or energy is only a means; application is what produces results, and only application produces effect and power. In any field, the art of frugality is to find and observe the golden mean of the following 7 components. 1. Money. 2. Food. 3. Clothing. 4. Leisure. 5. Rest. 6. Time. 7. Energy. Money is a symbol of exchange; it represents the power of acquisition. Those who are eager to acquire financial wealth, and who want to avoid debt, must learn to allocate their expenses according to their income, in order to preserve and constantly increase capital or to have some financial reserve for emergencies. Wasting money recklessly on reckless acquisitions, unnecessary pleasures or unhealthy luxuries, is money wasted and energy irretrievably lost. For although the energy of acquisition is something limited and subordinate to us, it is nevertheless a force and a power, and one that actively intrudes into the smallest aspects of our lives. The miser will never become rich, and if he is initially rich and wastes money, he will not be rich long; he will soon become poor. The miser who shakes his gold and does not spend it cannot be called rich, for he is tormented by avarice and his wealth lies idle, devoid of the power it would have gained if its owner had circulated it. The prudent and thrifty are on the right path to riches, for by spending wisely they gradually increase their wealth. The poor man who wants to get rich must start at the bottom and must not try to pull dust in his eyes and appear richer than he is by allowing himself to spend beyond his means. The bottom line, the bottom, is the right place to start, because there is nowhere to fall below the bottom, but above it there is space. Many a young entrepreneur has foolishly begun his business with unreasonable spending and dusting of eyes, because he foolishly thought it necessary for success, but in reality he has not succeeded in deceiving anyone but himself, and such spending beyond his means has quickly led to his ruin and misery. A modest and prudent beginning in any field is a better guarantee of success than exaggerated self-glorification and self-promotion. The smaller the capital, the more limited should be the scope of operations. Capital and boundaries are like a hand and a glove, and the glove must fit the hand. Concentrate your captain within the limits of his inherent working power, and no matter how tight those limits may be, power will steadily grow and power will accumulate and help expand the limits. But most importantly, always take care to avoid 2 extremes, spending and stinginess. Food embodies life, vitality, both physical and spiritual. As with everything in the world, there is a golden mean in eating and drinking. He who wishes to prosper must eat well, but not sin by gluttony. He who fasts either out of poverty or out of self-restraint, both of which are false forms of frugality, thereby diminishes his spiritual and mental energy and depletes his body, so that he lacks the strength for substantial achievements. Such a person behaves recklessly, and such behavior only leads to failure. On the other hand, the glutton destroys himself with excess. He resembles the beast and turns his body into an accumulation of poisons, which attracts disease and decay. At the same time, gluttony leads to a clouding of the mind, which becomes like the mind of an animal, becomes unreliable and works worse and worse. Gluttony is one of the lowest and most animal vices, and repels all who profess moderation and restraint. Those who work best and achieve most are those who are very moderate in their eating and drinking. They eat their fill, but without excess, and thus keep themselves in the best physical and mental shape. Thus, armed through moderation, they are able to fight the great battle of life zealously and joyfully. Clothing is a covering and protection for the body, though it is often robbed of this practical purpose and turned into a way of displaying wealth and vanity. As for clothing, it is also best to observe moderation in it and to avoid at all costs the two extremes of neglect and vanity. The common customs should not be disregarded, and cleanliness and tidiness should never be neglected. An unkempt and untidy dresser, whether male or female, attracts misfortune and loneliness. Clothing should be appropriate to the position one occupies in life, should be of appropriate quality, well-made and appropriate to decency. Little worn clothes should not be thrown away, they should be worn until they lose their decent appearance. If a man is poor, he will not lose either his self-respect or the respect of others, provided his shabby clothes are clean and tidy and he himself is not neglectful of cleanliness and tidiness. But vanity, which leads to excessive luxury in dress, is a vice which virtuous people should carefully avoid. I know of a certain lady who has 40 dresses in her closet. I also know a gentleman who has 20 canes, about the same number of hats, and a dozen raincoats. There is also one who has 20 or 30 pairs of shoes. The rich who spend their money on unnecessary outfits in this way bring poverty upon themselves, for their spending is idle waste, and waste leads to a thirst for new acquisitions. Money spent so recklessly could have been used wisely, for there are many suffering people in the world, and charity is a worthy cause. The intrusive display of clothes and jewels indicates a vulgar and empty mind. A humble, well-mannered man dresses discreetly and decently, and spends his spare money wisely to increase his virtues and knowledge. Education and development are more important to him than empty and meaningless flaunting. He thereby encourages the development of literature, fine arts, and science by his ardent interest. True refinement is in a developed mind and modest behavior, and a mind adorned with virtue and culture is a better ornament, far better than the annoying display of an ornate and richly dressed body. A sharp and developed mind can even detract from appearances. Time spent on pointless body adornment could be more fruitfully spent. The best thing to do in clothing, as in everything else, is to keep it simple. Simplicity is the pinnacle of excellence in practicality, comfort, and bodily dignity, and it speaks of good taste and polished refinement. Leisure time is one of life's necessities. Everyone must work and have some work to do, which is the purpose of life and to which most of the time is devoted, and only in the limited amount of time set aside for leisure and recreation should we be distracted from this work. Well-spent leisure refreshes the body and mind and gives us new strength for further serious work. Leisure is thus a means, not an end, and this must always be borne in mind, for many some forms of leisure, themselves innocent and good, acquire such a fascination that such people risk turning them into the ultimate goal of life and thus betraying labor for pleasure. To turn life into a never-ending series of amusements and pleasures with no other purpose is to turn life upside down, and such an existence is fraught with monotony and relaxation. Those who give themselves wholly to leisure and pleasure are the most miserable of mortals. They suffer from boredom, moping, irritability, and apathy. Just as sauce is needed to aid digestion, leisure is needed to beautify life. It is impossible to eat sauce or condiments alone without spoiling one's stomach, just as it is impossible to live by pleasures alone without spoiling one's life. When we have finished our daily chores, we can turn with a clear conscience and a light heart to pleasurable leisure, and then both work and leisure will be equal sources of joy. With regard to leisure, true frugality lies in the observance of the golden mean. One must not give oneself entirely to leisure, but one must not deprive oneself of leisure by giving oneself entirely to work. One must distribute their proportion in one's life wisely, giving them their proper time and place. Thus we fill life with the change and variety that is necessary for longevity and fruitfulness. Any pleasant change is in itself rest and refreshment, so that the mental worker, giving his leisure time and place, can do his work better and faster, with fresh strength. At the same time, the physical worker will grow spiritually and mentally, if he chooses a leisure time associated with education and development, and will acquire new knowledge. Since we do not spend all our time sleeping, eating, or resting, we should not spend all our time at work or at leisure, but we should give leisure its proper time and place, and then it will naturally tone us up and take its right place in the great scheme of life. Rest is meant to give us strength after work. Every self-respecting person should work every day so that he can sleep sweetly and soundly and get up fresh and awake. Sleep enough, but not too much, and observe the golden mean between the lack and excessive sleep, because both are bad for health. It's easy enough to find out exactly how much sleep you need. If you go to bed early and get up early, or get up a little earlier, if you got into the habit of lying in bed for a long time in the morning, you can soon quite accurately figure out how many hours of sleep you need to get a full rest. You should change your daily routine according to these calculations. By reducing excess sleep, one is bound to feel that one awakens more and more refreshed and alert, and the sleep itself becomes stronger and sweeter. Whoever wants to succeed in business should not deprive himself of sleep, but should not lie in bed for long periods either. Fruitful work, not rest, is the real content of life. Rest is useful only as something to help work more fruitfully. Prosperity and laziness never go side by side. The lazy man will never succeed, but he will soon suffer failure, followed by utter ruin. Rest is meant to strengthen us before new labors, not to indulge in idleness. When bodily strength and vigor are restored, rest ends there. A harmonious balance between work and rest is one of the keys to health, happiness, and prosperity. Time is something we are all endowed with equally. There is no person for whom the day is longer than for another. Therefore, it is necessary to see to it that we do not waste precious minutes in vain and recklessness, when they could have been profitable. He who wastes time indulging his desires and chasing after pleasures will eventually find that he grows old without achieving anything. He who fills every minute with useful deeds and does not waste a single moment will come to a respectable old age, having accumulated wisdom and prosperity. Wasted money can be replenished, ruined health can be restored, but wasted time cannot be recovered. There is an old saying, time is money. But likewise, time is health, strength, talent, genius, and wisdom, depending on how you use it. To use time properly, you must seize every moment, for it will pass and you cannot get it back from the past. The day should be divided into portions, and time should be set aside for everything: work, leisure, recreation, meals. Nor should we underestimate or ignore the time it takes to prepare for anything. Whatever we do, our work will be more fruitful and successful if we take the time to prepare mentally for work. He who gets up early to plan his work in time, weighing everything up and anticipating it, will always get the job done more skillfully and successfully than he who lies in bed until the last moment and rises only for breakfast. The hour before breakfast devoted to planning and reflection is invaluable because it makes our efforts fruitful. This is an excellent way to clarify and calm the mind and to focus our energy so that we can get down to business with strength and determination. It is best to set aside for such preparation and planning the early hours until 8 o'clock in the morning. Those who get down to business as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, all other things being equal, will be more successful than those who are still in bed at 8 o'clock. Lying in bed greatly slows down the running of life's great race, and he who indulges in it is daily behind his rival who gets up 2 or 3 hours earlier. How can such a man hope to succeed in life if he deprives himself of time by being too lazy to get up earlier? By the end of the year, those 2 or 3 hours gained daily by rising early will bear the fruit of success, which is the sum of the accumulated results. What, then, will be the difference between the efforts of these two after, say, 20 years? He who gets up only for breakfast, rising from bed, is always in a hurry, trying to catch up on lost time, and this, in turn, leads to an even greater loss of time, for haste always proves detrimental. A person who gets up early and saves his time does not need to rush, because he always has an hour or two to spare and is always ready for work. Such a person can afford to be calm and work thoroughly in whatever he does, for a good habit, getting up early, will bear fruit by the end of the day, and the fruit will be a happy and quiet state of mind and spirit, as well as the successful results of careful and quiet work. In order to manage time economically, you must banish many things from your life. You will have to sacrifice both what you love and what you wish to obtain, all for the sake of achieving the main goal set. The diligent purging of the superfluous and unimportant in your daily life is the sure key to great achievement. All great men save time in this way, and it plays a tremendous role in reaching significant heights in any field. This form of frugality manifests itself in the way of thinking, in actions, and in speeches, removing from them all unnecessary, all that hinders, rather than contributes to the achievement of the final main goal. Unwise and unsuccessful people indulge in empty aimless chatter, act aimlessly and carelessly and allow their minds to be filled with everything that comes along, both good and bad mixed up. The mind of a truly thrifty person is like a sieve that sifts through everything that goes into it and lets the unnecessary rubbish drain away, while carefully retaining everything important for the main business of life. Such a person retains only the most important words and performs only the most necessary actions, thus minimizing the waste of energy. Going to bed and getting up on time, filling every working minute with purposeful reflection and fruitful action, these are the precepts of a truly frugal life. Energy is saved by forming healthy habits. All vices are nothing but a reckless waste of time. A great deal of energy is thoughtlessly expended in bad habits, and therefore it is the waste of energy in vices that is reprehensible, but if this personal energy is carefully stored up and transformed, it will be transformed into strength of character. Wasting one's energies on vices is like squandering small change and thereby losing large sums of money. Saving strength is the same as hoarding small passions and eventually accumulating a large sum in gold. Thus, conserve the energy of the lower order, and to you will come the gains of the higher order. The pillar of frugality, if erected firmly and securely, will consist chiefly of the following 4 qualities. 1. Moderation. 2. Skill. 3. Enterprising. 4. Originality. Moderation is at the heart of frugality. A frugal person avoids extremes and is able to find the golden mean in everything. Moderation also consists in the ability to refrain from unnecessary, and harmful things. Moderation in evil is impossible, for evil is always excessive. Genuine moderation is abstaining from all evil. To use fire in moderation does not mean to stick one's hands directly into the flames, but to warm one's hands at a safe distance from them. Evil is a fire that will burn a person even if he barely touches it. Harmful luxuries are better to be completely and utterly shunned and to stay as far away from them as possible. Smoking and sniffing tobacco, drinking alcohol, gambling and similar widespread vices, which have already led thousands and thousands of people to illness, failure and poverty, have not yet helped anyone to attain health, happiness and success. With equal talents and opportunities, the one who eschews these vices will always be ahead of the one who is committed to them. Healthy, happy long livers are always moderate and temperate in their habits. Abstinence helps to conserve vitality, excesses undermine and destroy it. Moreover, people who are moderate in their thoughts and restrained in their passions and feelings avoid extremes, excessively sharp sensations and emotions, thus adding knowledge and wisdom to their health and happiness, and thereby attaining the highest power and truth. A man who is immoderate destroys himself with his own foolishness. He weakens his energy and dulls his faculties, and instead of climbing higher and higher up the ladder of achievement to the very pinnacle of success, he at best attains only a moderate and limited prosperity. Skill is produced by skillful conservation of strength and energy. All skill is the use of concentrated energy. The highest skill, such as talent and genius, is the highest concentration of power. People always reach the heights of art in the thing they love because the mind concentrates on it almost effortlessly. Skill is the result of the economical work of the mind, which transforms thought into invention and action. Without skill, there can be no prosperity, and prosperity is measured by the measure of skill. Through the process of natural selection, the weak and less able end up in the places they deserve, namely, among the unemployed and underpaid, for who would want to hire someone who cannot or will not do his job properly? An employer, perhaps, may sometimes help such a person out of mercy, but only by way of exception, for all offices, firms, farms, and all centers of organized activity are not charitable institutions, but productive organizations, which hold or collapse depending on the skill and ability of their individual workers. Mindfulness is engendered by thoughtfulness and attention. Aimless and inattentive people are usually unemployed and idle on the streets. They are unable to cope with even the simplest task because they are unable to strain their minds, to make themselves concentrate. Not long ago a friend of mine hired a vagrant to clean his house windows, but the vagrant had not exerted his mind or his attention for so long that he had lost both, so he could not even clean the windows. Even if you show an old lazy and unemployed man how to do it, he can't even follow the simplest instructions. Incidentally, this proves that even the simplest actions require some skill and ingenuity. Skill largely determines a man's place among his own kind and leads him step by step to a higher and higher position as he develops more and more power in himself. A good worker is skillful with his tools, while a good man is skillful with his thoughts. Wisdom is the highest form of skill. Mastery is born in wisdom. There is only one right way to do anything, even the smallest thing, and 1,000 wrong ways. The skill lies in finding that one right way and sticking to it. Unskilled workers, confused, scramble among 1,000 wrong ways of doing things and are unable to learn the right way, even if it is pointed out to them. Sometimes they do so because they are ignorant, believing that they know best what is right, and so put themselves in a position where they can no longer learn anything, even something as simple as cleaning windows or sweeping floors. Thoughtlessness and ineptitude are all too common. There is plenty of room in the world for the thoughtless and inept, and for the thoughtful and skillful. Employers understand how hard it is to find a better worker. A good worker, whether mental or physical, a thinker or a speaker, will always find opportunities to hone his or her skills. Entrepreneurship is the result of skill. It is an important element of prosperity because the enterprising person never gets into a dead end. He may have his falls, but he always manages to cope with the situation and, having fallen, soon rises again and is firmly on his feet. Entrepreneurship is the main way of preserving energy, because it is embodied energy that has taken other forms. When a person renounces some of the mental or physical vices that were diminishing their energy, what happens to the energy that is saved? It is not destroyed or lost, because energy cannot be destroyed or lost. It transforms into creative energy and arises again in the form of fruitful thought. A virtuous person always succeeds more than a vicious one, because he has a richer supply of resources. His very thinking is active and lively, and he fountains with saved energy. What the vicious man squanders fruitlessly, the virtuous man uses fruitfully and productively. A new life and a new world, replete with promising goals and pure joys, is what is revealed to the one who shuns himself from the animal world of vice. And in the new world such a man will gain his position through those sources of power that arise in abundance within himself. The barren seed falls into the ground and dies, there is no place for it in the creative world order of nature. The barren mind goes to the bottom in the great struggle of life. Human society strives for the good, and therefore there is no place in it for the emptiness caused by vices. However, even a barren mind does not necessarily remain at the bottom forever. If desired, it can become creative and be resurrected to new life. By the very nature of existence, by the eternal law of progress, a flawed man is doomed to fall, yet, having fallen, he can rise again. He can turn from vice to virtue and rise, filled with self-respect and drawing on his personal inner resources, and firmly establish himself on his feet. Enterprising people invent, make discoveries, initiate this or that endeavor. They cannot fail, because they are always in the flow of progress. They are full of new ideas, methods, hopes, and therefore their lives are especially full and rich. They are the possessors of a flexible mind. If a person fails to improve his enterprise, his work, his method, he falls out of the stream of progress and begins to fail. His mind loses flexibility and becomes ossified, just as an old man's body becomes more and more ossified with age, so he is no longer able to keep up with the rapid flow of ideas and plans with which flexible minds are so rich. A flexible mind is like a river that never runs dry and is always renewed, and in times of drought brings new supplies of life-giving moisture. Enterprising people are those who are full of new ideas, and such people always thrive where others falter and fail. Originality is mature and refined enterprise and ingenuity. Where there is originality, there is always genius, and geniuses are the lights of the world. Whatever work a person does, he should rely on his own personal resources. In learning from others, he should not slavishly imitate them, but should put his whole soul into his own work and thus make his creations new and original. Original people invariably attract the attention of the world. They may be rejected at first, but in the end they are always accepted, and they become examples for all mankind. All it takes for a person to show a spark of originality is for him to assume a position of leadership among others in the particular field to which his skills and knowledge belong. But originality cannot be forcibly induced or awakened, it can only be developed, and to do this, one must tirelessly improve oneself, achieve the highest level of skill, and apply one's mental faculties correctly. Let a man devote his whole self to work, let him in that state concentrate all his energies on work, and the day will come when the world will proclaim him one of its best sons, and he will resemble Balzac, who after years of toil exclaimed, "I am about to become a genius." 6. Such a man who is one step away from genius, to his joy, will at least discover that he has entered the circle of original thinkers, gods who lead humanity in new, higher, wholesome ways. This concludes the composition of the second pillar of prosperity. Its erection awaits the man who is willing to work, who can skillfully apply his mental energy to the cause. The third pillar is integrity. 8. With prosperity one cannot make a cheap deal. It can only be achieved, and not only by mental labor, but also by moral strength, for bubbles are short-lived, and the crook will not achieve prosperity. He makes fierce leaps in pursuit of money, and then fails. You can never get anything by dishonest means. You can only snatch a piece of it for a while, but then it will be taken away, and the cheater will lose far more than he gained. But cheating is not just dishonestly cheating. Anyone who receives or attempts to receive money without giving anything in return is also a cheat, whether they know it or not. Those who preoccupiedly calculate how they can get money without working are cheaters, and mentally and spiritually they are not much different from thieves and swindlers, under whose influence they sooner or later fall and lose their capital. Who is a thief if not a man who brings to a logical conclusion the desire to possess without giving anything in return, that is, illegally? He who seeks to prosper should, in all his deeds, mental as well as material, endeavor to understand how to repay what he receives. This is the great fundamental principle of all worthy commerce, and in the sphere of the spiritual it is expressed in the Christian principle of doing to others only what you would like to receive in relation to yourself, and as applied to the forces of the universe it is embodied in the scientific formula, action and reaction are equal. Human life is built on mutual exchange, not greed, and the man who looks to others as his rightful prey will soon find himself in a desert or among the ruins, far from the path of prosperity. He is too far behind in the evolutionary process to compete successfully with honest people. It is always the best and the strongest who survive and win, and he, being the worst, will not be able to continue the struggle. Therefore, in the end he will inevitably suffer the fate of an outcast, despised and rejected, ending his days in a miserable hovel. Such a man's efforts are destructive rather than creative, and so he will destroy himself. Thomas Carlyle, referring to the Prophet Muhammad, whom Christians around the world at the time considered a deceiver, exclaimed, "This deceiver founded religion." The deceiver would not have been able to build a brick house. A swindler, a cheat, a swindler, a man without honor, is unable to build anything, since he has neither the tools nor the materials to build. He fails to build his business, his character, his career, his success, just as he fails to establish a religion or build a house. Not only does he fail to build, but he spends all his energies in undermining and destroying what others have built, but since this is impossible, he ends up self-destructing. Without decency, energy and economy will eventually fail, but under decency their power will be multiplied 100-fold. There is no situation in life in which the moral factor does not play a decisive role. Exemplary decency is evident wherever it is found, and it is stamped on all deeds and actions. This is so because decency has a marvelous consistency and indestructible power. For the honest man stands at one with the immutable laws of the world order, not only those fundamental principles upon which society rests, but also those upon which the universe itself rests as a whole. Who would disregard the laws of the universe? Who can defeat a man of impeccable integrity? He is like a mighty tree whose roots are nourished by deep springs, and no storm can crush this tree. To be complete and powerful, integrity must be inherent in the whole person and extend to all facets of his life. It must be all-encompassing and permanent, and only then will the honest man be able to withstand all the temptations in his way and not agree to a deal with his conscience. It is enough to give up decency in one thing, however insignificant, and you lose decency as such. To make a deal, even under pressure, with falsehood and deceit, which may seem small and unimportant, is to break through the armor of decency and be vulnerable to the forces of evil. He who works diligently and conscientiously, when his master is not around, will not remain long in the position of a subordinate. Honesty in the performance of duty, in diligent attitude to all the nuances of work, will quickly lead an honest man to the fertile fields of prosperity. It is very different for someone who tries to dodge work when the boss is not around. By doing so, he steals the boss's time and labor for which he is paid. Such a cheater will quickly find himself in the barren wastelands of unemployment and will look in vain for much-needed work. If a man compromises his integrity by lying or deceiving, thinking it necessary for his career and prosperity, then, I say, he is not perfectly honest, for the incorruptible man knows firmly that lies and deception are not tolerated under any circumstances. Consequently, a man of integrity will not succumb to such a temptation, and if he does, he will be able to reject the slightest temptation to deceit that may arise in times of hardship and doubt. Even in such a case, an honest man must hold fast to his principles and accept to suffer and lose rather than descend to dishonor. It is this willingness to sacrifice rather than dishonor that leads to enlightenment in all areas of life, and he who would rather lie or deceive than give up any selfish aim will lose the right to moral enlightenment and fall to the level of swindlers and cheaters, masters of dark deeds, dishonorable, with a shameful reputation. A man does not become crystal clear until it is impossible for him to lie or deceive, by gesture, word or deed, until he sees clearly and distinctly how deadly the consequences of moral baseness are. The honest and enlightened man is immune to all temptations, and the intrigues of the dishonest are as powerless against him as the attempts of a madman to shake the sun from the sky are powerless. Let the arrows of self-love and treachery rain down on him, they will bounce off the strong armor of his decency and the shining shield of his rightness, and he will remain invincible and unharmed. The deceitful merchant will say that in these days of fierce competition it is unthinkable and impossible to prosper in an honest way. How can a man know this if he has never tried to work honestly? Moreover, such a man has no idea of decency, and therefore his words are the words of an ignoramus, and ignorance and falsehood so blind a man that he in his ignorance imagines that all men are as ignorant and false as himself. I have known such merchants, and I have witnessed their downfall. I once heard a businessman make the following statement at a public meeting: "No one can be crystal clear in business, only more or less honest." The speaker imagined that his words revealed the whole essence of the business world. They did not, they only revealed his own nature. He merely informed his listeners that he was a man without honor or conscience, but his moral ignorance prevented him from understanding that. More or less honest is just another name for a cheater and swindler. One who has deviated only slightly from the straight path will deviate even more from it. Such a person has no clear concept of right and wrong, and cares only about his own gain. He will convince himself that his personal dishonesty is of the right, permissible, and harmless kind, and that he is not as bad as his neighbor. This conviction of himself is but one of the many forms of self-deception that is produced by ignorance of moral principles. The right interaction between man and essence in all of life's various relationships and accomplishments is at the heart of integrity. Decency includes, but is not limited to, honesty. It is the backbone of human society and the foundation of all social institutions. Without integrity, there can be no trust between people, and world business is doomed to fail. Just as a liar thinks everyone else is a liar and treats them as such, a decent person treats everyone else as decent. He trusts people, and they trust him back. His honest clear-eyedness and openness put the two-faced swindler to shame, and he will not dare to deceive the honest man. As R. W. Emerson beautifully put it, trust people, and they will be honest with you, even if they make an exception in your favor against their usual principles. 7. A decent person with moral principles, by his very presence, calls those around him to morality and makes them better than they are. People are very much influenced by their own kind, and since good is stronger than evil, a strong and decent person can shame and correct weak and bad people with his presence and companionship. The decent man carries within him an unconscious greatness that both amazes and inspires all who come in contact with him. He is immeasurably above the insidious, the wicked, the deceitful, and in his presence those cowardly vicious people are timid and confused. Even the highest intellectual giftedness is no match for this greatness of spirit and moral highness. In the memory of men and in the opinion of the world, a decent man will stand above genius. Buckminster says, "The moral greatness of independent decency is that which is above all things in nature." Decency and greatness of spirit is the human quality that awakens heroism in man. A man of unshakable morality is essentially always a hero. All that is needed is the right occasion to allow him to manifest his heroic essence. The decent man is also invariably happy and full of joy. A genius may be unhappy, but a decent man never is. Neither illness, nor misfortune, nor death will deprive him of the constant satisfaction that his own decency brings him. Decency leads to prosperity through 5 sequential steps. First, the decent person wins the faith of those around him. Second, by believing in him, they rely on him. Third, because their trust is never shaken, the decent person develops a decent reputation. Fourth, a good reputation spreads wider and wider, and thus fifth causes success. Dishonesty works in reverse. By destroying the trust of others, it arouses their suspicion and distrust, which, in turn, entails a bad reputation for the dishonest person, and a bad reputation leads to his downfall. The pillar of integrity rests on 4 pillars. 1. Honesty. 2. Fearlessness. 3. Single-mindedness. 4. Indestructibility. Honesty is the surest way to success. Sooner or later, there will come a day when a dishonest person will suffer and regret bitterly, but an honest person will never have to regret anything. Even if the honest man fails, and this sometimes happens to him if he lacks the other pillars of prosperity, such as energy, economy, or system, his failure will not resemble the painful collapse of the dishonest man and will not cause him such misery, for the honest man can always take comfort in the fact that he has never betrayed or deceived anyone. Even in his darkest moments, a clean, untainted conscience will comfort him. Ignorant people imagine that dishonesty is the shortest way to prosperity. That is why they resort to dishonesty and deceit. But a dishonest person is morally blind. Like the drunkard, who sees only the immediate pleasure derived from his drinking habit, but is unable to think about the consequences and the ultimate degradation, the cheater sees only the immediate benefit of cheating, getting more income, but not the end result. He does not see that by accumulating dishonest deeds will eventually inevitably undermine his character and lead to the irreversible collapse of his business. Filling his pockets with money and taking pride in his cunning and successful profiteering from deceived people, the dishonest man does not realize that he has been deceiving himself all along, and that for every coin he has gained by dishonest means he is destined to pay 100-fold, a penalty from which there is no escape. Such moral retribution is inevitable and inescapable, like the laws of gravity, which pull a stone that has been tossed back to the ground. The merchant who requires his assistants to act by deception and lies about his goods to his customers, brings suspicion, distrust and hatred upon himself and spoils his reputation with his own hands. Even the moral weaklings who do his bidding despise him, humiliating themselves by doing their own dirty work. Is it possible to succeed in such a poisoned atmosphere? Such a business is inherently enveloped by the spirit of destruction, and the collapse of this enterprise is inevitable. An honest man may fail, but not because of his honesty, and his failure will be dignified and will not harm his character or his reputation. The failure itself will undoubtedly be due to a lack of skill in the direction he has chosen, and will ultimately be the impetus for the decent man to move into a field more suited to his talents, and thus ultimately to success. Fearlessness always accompanies honesty. An honest man has a clear and fearless eye. He looks his comrades straight in the face and speaks directly and convincingly. A liar and deceiver has clouded eyes and a fugitive look. He ducks his head, shudders cowardly, and turns away, not finding the courage to look people in the eye. His speeches are distrustful, because they sound evasive and unconvincing. If a man fulfills his obligations, he has nothing to fear. All his business dealings are reliable and enduring. His methods and actions will stand the light of day. If he happens to enter a period of difficulty and fall into debt, everyone will believe him and show a willingness to wait with the money, and all his debts will be paid. Dishonest people try to avoid paying their debts and live in fear. An honest person initially tries to avoid debts, but if he gets into debt, he is not afraid but redoubles his efforts to pay it back. Dishonest people always live in fear. They are not afraid of debts, but of having to repay them. They are afraid of other people, afraid of recognized official authorities, afraid of the results of their activities, afraid of the fact that their deception will be exposed, and afraid of the consequences that may come upon them at any moment. The honest man has no such burden of fear. He has an easy heart and lives among other people with his head held high. He has nothing to be ashamed of or afraid of. He does not look away, does not hide, does not turn away, does not pretend to remain unrecognized, but remains himself and looks boldly into people's eyes. He has not deceived or harmed anyone, so he has no one to fear, and everything and anything that turns against him will only turn out for his benefit. This fearlessness in itself is already a great support in the life of an honest man. It will support him in his hour of need, help him courageously overcome difficulties, and in the end bring him the inevitable success he deserves. Purposefulness is a direct consequence of that strength of character, which grows out of decency. A man of integrity sets himself worthy goals and reasonable tasks, and goes straight to them. He does not guess or wander in darkness. All his plans are characterized by the same moral integrity that is inherent in himself. A man's work always reflects his own, and so a man of impeccable integrity creates impeccable plans. He weighs, he estimates, he calculates ahead, and so he is less likely to make serious mistakes or be faced with a dilemma that is difficult to resolve. Because he looks at all things through the prism of morality, and always weighs the moral consequences of any action, he stands on firmer ground than someone who proceeds only from considerations of profit. A man of integrity has a broader horizon and farsightedness, and therefore better understands the situation, its nuances, and the principles on which it is based. Morality is good because it always brings more profit. The goals of a decent man are not superficial at all times, and therefore they are more reliable and solid, durable and strong. There is a natural straightforwardness inherent in a decent man that allows him to go straight to his goal, no matter what he does, and virtually eliminates the chance of failure. A strong man has strong aspirations, and strong aspirations lead to strong accomplishments. A man of integrity is stronger than others, and his strength is evident in the thoroughness with which he carries out his life's work. This thoroughness commands respect, admiration, and brings him success. Endurance is a valiant protector, but it develops only in one who is impeccably decent. To never violate the principles of decency, even in trifles, is to become invulnerable to all slander, backbiting, and misinterpretation. He who stumbles in even a small way becomes vulnerable to the arrows of evil, like Achilles, struck by an arrow in his only vulnerable place, the heel. Complete and impeccable integrity is a defense against all attacks and harm, and it enables its possessor to meet any attack and overcome any obstacle with unwavering fearlessness. No talent, intelligence, or business acumen can give a man the strength of mind and the peace of mind that one finds when one rises to the moral high ground and abides unwaveringly by moral principles. Moral power is the greatest power in the world. Let him who seeks true prosperity discover this power, let him cherish and strengthen it in his mind and actions, and in his success he will take his place among the most successful and powerful men in the world. Such is the mighty and unshakable third pillar of integrity. Blessed among all men will be he who builds this indestructible principle into the temple of his life. Pillar 4. The system. 8. The system is the principle of order, which prevents chaos from occurring. There is a natural order in nature, and every thing or phenomenon has its place, so the immense universe functions better than the most perfect machine. Chaos in space would lead to the destruction of the universe. Chaos in human life destroys its work and prosperity. All complex organizations are built on system and order. There is no business or society that could develop and succeed without being based on a system, and this principle is the mainstay of the entrepreneur, the businessman, and the organizer. There are many areas in which a careless man can succeed, though his lack of a habit of order will slow his path to success. But a careless man will never succeed in business unless he turns his business over to an organized manager who brings order to the business. All large business concerns always develop according to a strict, predetermined, and elaborated order and plan. Any breach of order will catastrophically undermine the fruitfulness and prosperity of a particular business. Complex enterprises or other organizations are built like complex natural organisms. They are held together by scrupulous attention to detail. A careless person thinks he can be inattentive to everything but the result, but by ignoring order and detail he spoils the end result. If the details in a living organism come to chaos, the organism will die, and if carelessness ignores the details of the business and work process, the progress of any business or work will stop. Careless and disorganized people waste enormous amounts of time and energy. The time that is spent chasing something is significant. If it is spared and saved by keeping order in your work, it allows you to achieve success faster. A disorganized person is always rushing back and forth in search of what he or she needs for work, often spending a disproportionate amount of time in the rush. Fumbling and chasing the necessary things leads to irritability, bad moods, and gloom, and such a condition also takes energy, so much energy that it would be enough to create a new business and to make great achievements in any field. Organized people save both time and energy. They never lose anything, so they don't have to look for anything. They always have everything in its place, and the workplace is organized so that everything necessary for work can be found even in the dark by touch. So organized people can afford to keep their cool, don't get annoyed, and spend their mental energy on more fruitful things than getting annoyed, getting angry, and blaming others for things that the careless ones are guilty of themselves. A system that is capable of performing miracles of achievement with ease is truly something of genius. An organized person is able to do an enormous amount of work in a short period of time without getting so tired that it can seem almost like a miracle from the outside. He reaches the heights of success while his careless competitor flounders helplessly, bogged down in the mire of confusion. An organized person strictly observes the order of work, and this allows him to achieve his goals unhindered and calmly, without wasting time and without running into obstacles. The demands of order in all areas of the business world are as strict and immutable as the religious vows of a saint, and they must not be violated even in a small way, or the whole financial outlook will be endangered. In the financial world, the laws of order are an ironclad necessity. He who observes them perfectly saves time, soul, and money. Any meaningful and lasting achievement in human society is based on order and system, and if the backbone of the system disappears, progress stops. Let us think, for example, of the great achievements of literature, of the books of classics and geniuses, of beautiful poems, countless prose works, historical works, speeches that touch the strings of the soul. Let us also think of the social relationships in society, of religion, of law, and of the vast body of book knowledge, of the wonderful sources and achievements of language. And now let us think about this: all these human achievements, their origin, development, and life depend on the orderly arrangement of the letters in the alphabet. This order is clear and indestructible, defined by strict constraints, but brings immense, large-scale, and lasting results. It is possible to create a masterpiece for the ages only by observing the rules of language. Another example: all marvelous mathematical achievements have arisen from strict adherence to mathematical rules and order. All the most complex machines and mechanisms, consisting of thousands of parts, work flawlessly and perform the tasks for which they were created because their creators clearly adhered to several laws of mechanics. In this way, we can see that order simplifies all that is complex, facilitates all that is difficult, and subordinates an infinite variety of details to a single overriding law or rule. This makes it possible for us to make regular use of and rely on what is created by following rules, whether it be a mechanism, a mathematical discovery, or an artistic work, without doubt, obstacles, or difficulties. Scientists name and classify the myriad details in the universe, from the microscopic amoeba to the telescopic star, and do so in an orderly and systematic way that allows one specific object to be isolated from a million objects in a matter of moments. This ability to quickly distinguish a specific object from thousands of similar ones based on certain attributes is absolutely necessary in any field of knowledge or industry, and it is hard to calculate how much time and effort these precise classification systems save people. We are talking about religious, political, and business systems and the like, and this proves that in human society everything rests on a strict adherence to order. Indeed, the system is one of the fundamental principles of progress and unity for human society, in which millions of people compete for a place under the sun and pursue their own goals and interests. Clearly, where there is order, there is great accomplishment, because a great many individuals, whose minds are not accustomed to the discipline of order, submit and know their place through the organizing power of a few, those who understand the rigid need for clear and immutable rules and laws in all areas of human activity. After all, it is enough for two people to meet, and they will need something unifying to avoid disagreement, simply put, some kind of order and system to govern their interaction. Life is too short to waste it on misunderstandings. Knowledge multiplies, and progress moves in a pre-planned order that prevents stagnation and decay. Therefore, he who systematizes his knowledge or cause simplifies the task and gives strength to his follower, allowing him to continue in peace, relying on rules and order and, figuratively speaking, finding all the right tools at hand from the former owner. Every large enterprise has its own system that keeps a huge machine running and makes it run smoothly, like a well-oiled machine. A prominent entrepreneur I know once told me that he could leave any of his large enterprises for an entire year, and they worked flawlessly until his return. He does occasionally leave them for a few months when he travels, and when he returns, everything in his enterprises works just as it did the day he left. Every employee, every tool, book, and machine, every detail, down to the smallest detail, and during his absence there are no difficulties, obstacles, or delays. Without sincere love and commitment to order, success is impossible. Without them, obstacles cannot be avoided. Commitment to order also ensures peace of mind and clarity of mind. The haters of order have a chaotic mind, are not ruled by anything. They themselves are careless, they think and act with impulses, they do not know how to manage their habits and affairs, and therefore are not able to achieve great success and prosperity. This is why the life of the haters of order is filled with vanity, anxiety, difficulties, irritation, worries about nothing. All this would disappear if these people would submit to order and discipline and adjust their lives. A careless mind is an untrained mind, so it is no match for a disciplined and trained mind. In the same way, an untrained athlete cannot beat a competitor who trains regularly and obeys discipline. The person of a careless mind tends to think, "This will do," and so will quickly fall behind in the race of life against the disciplined person who strives for perfection and does not allow himself to do anything wrong. Whether the rewards are moral, material, or mental, the disciplined man will seek perfection in everything. He who takes up work and cannot find the right tools, or get his finances in order, or find the key to his desk, or the key to his thoughts, will lose the race against the disciplined competitor, who has his tools always at hand and his papers and files in exemplary order. And so the disciplined man rises joyfully and unhindered to the heights of success. The entrepreneur who acts thoughtlessly, impulsively, is incapable of self-discipline or is unfamiliar with the latest achievements of experienced colleagues, should blame only himself and his laziness and carelessness for his failures. He must realize that he needs to change his way of thinking and acting and his approach to work, adopting more tried and fruitful methods. He needs to weigh and consider every idea or invention that will save effort and time and ensure thoroughness, planning, and organization. Order is the law upon which everything in the world rests, every organism, enterprise, man, nation, state. When one adds cell to cell, department to department, thought to thought, law to law, and colony to colony in strict order and hierarchy, concerns and organizations become larger, stronger, and develop to their fullest extent. He who constantly improves his methods thereby increases his power. Consequently, the businessman must necessarily be shrewd and inventive and constantly improve his methods, because builders, whether of characters, cathedrals, or religions, are the strongest figures in the world, defenders of humanity and its pioneers. He who builds in an orderly manner is the creator and preserver. The careless man is a messenger of chaos, he destroys and destroys. There is no limit to a man's strength, his self-improvement, his integrity of character, his influence, or the scale of his enterprise, but only if he strictly observes rules and order, and every detail is in its place, and every division does its work. If he has his whole system tuned and lined up as indestructible, it works perfectly and fruitfully, allowing him at any moment to check and see how the smallest detail in a particular job is functioning. The principle of the system consists of 4 elements. 1. Readiness. 2. Accuracy. 3. Utilitarianism. 4. Completeness of coverage. Preparedness is life. Preparedness is that spirit of agility and nimbleness in which one immediately assesses a situation clearly and correctly and copes with it. The adherence to system and order strengthens and develops this quality. A successful general must have the ability to meet any move, including a surprise move by the enemy, with readiness. Likewise, a successful entrepreneur must be endowed with the willingness to cope with any unexpected development that might affect his business. The thinker must be prepared to handle any details or new challenges that may arise in his work. Sluggishness, lack of concentration, is a vice that is fatal to prosperity, because it leads to an inability to act and stupidity. He who has his hands, heart and brain always at the ready, who knows what he is doing and acts methodically and experientially, with dedication, calmly and thoughtfully, such a person has no need to contemplate prosperity, because prosperity will eventually come to him, whether he dreamed of it or not. Success follows such people on their heels, success knocks at their door, and they unconsciously call it to them by the splendid perfection of their methods and work. Accuracy is a very important quality for all businesses and projects, but it cannot be achieved without order and system. Meanwhile, a system that suffers from imperfections will bring errors upon its creator, and until those imperfections are corrected, the business will be harmed. Inaccuracy is one of the most common errors because accuracy is closely related to self-discipline, including willing submission to external discipline, indicating a high moral culture that most people have not yet achieved. If a man who is sloppy in business does not voluntarily submit to the discipline of his superior or teacher, but thinks he knows better how to work, he will inevitably fail and therefore inevitably find himself inferior in the business world. If his knowledge is imperfect, he will find himself inferior in the intellectual world. The prevalence of the vice of sloppiness, and given the catastrophic harm it causes, sloppiness should be considered a vice, though perhaps not the worst, will be obvious to everyone. One need only look at the way most people treat circumstances or repeat a simple statement of fact. It is almost always possible to dispel a false statement by pointing out obvious errors. Perhaps few people, not counting those who lie intentionally, have learned to be accurate and careful in their speeches, or so careful that they are willing to admit their tendency to be wrong. This form of inaccuracy leads to a great deal of disagreement and crookedness. Most people try to be accurate in actions rather than words, but even in action sloppiness is very common, leading to mistakes, missteps, ineptitude and failure, and this will not allow a venture or project to become successful and enduring. A person who is used to constantly wasting his time or his employer's time correcting his or others' mistakes will never get a decent position in the business world, not to mention that he will never prosper. There has never been a person in the world who has not made one mistake or another on the way to success. But an intelligent and strong-willed person notices, understands, and quickly corrects his mistakes, and is happy when they are pointed out to him from the outside. For him it is a habit and a norm. A careless, misguided person does not notice or acknowledge his mistakes, and when they are pointed out to him, he is offended. He who grows as a person learns from his own mistakes and from the mistakes of others. Such a person is always ready to test good advice in practice, and in his methods he strives to be as precise as possible, hence he achieves more and more perfection, since precision is perfection, and the measure of a person's precision determines the measure of his uniqueness and perfection. 2. Utilitarianism, or utility, is a direct result of the method of work. Labor leads to fruitful and profitable results, provided it is systematic. If a gardener wants to grow a great crop, he must not only plant and weed, but do it at the proper time. For labor to produce good results, it must be done at appropriate times, and the hours designated for one activity or another must not be missed. Utilitarianism evaluates and considers practical results and looks for the best ways to achieve them. It avoids secondary issues, distracted theories, and focuses only on what can be usefully and economically applied to life. Impractical people load their minds with useless and unprovable theories and bring misfortune upon themselves by engaging in abstract reasoning which, by their very nature, cannot be applied in practice. He whose power is manifested in his actions and not in idle talk avoids aimless chatter, does not speculate, but concentrates all his efforts on achieving some good and practical result. One must not clutter one's consciousness with anything that does not lead to practical results. All impractical thoughts, ideas, and considerations must be kept out of the mind, expelled from it, discarded, and ignored. A man recently told me the following: if it turned out that my theory had no practical result, I would still cling to it, because it is so beautiful. If a person prefers to cling to so-called beautiful theories that have already proven impractical and useless in life and have nothing to do with reality, then he should not be surprised when he fails in his business because he is impractical. When the powers of the mind are switched from abstract reflections and theories to practical action, in material or moral terms, skill, power, knowledge, and prosperity grow. One's prosperity is measured by the benefit one brings to society, and one is useful to society according to what one does, not because of the theories one espouses. The carpenter builds the chair, the builder erects the house, the mechanic assembles the machine, and the wise man forges the perfect character. Not theorists, not empty talkers, not disputants, but workers, creators, doers, these are the salt of the earth. It is enough for a man to step away from his intellectual mirages, to drop the air castles and begin to do something practical, and with all diligence, and he will acquire special knowledge, special power, and achieve his own unique heights and prosperity among his own kind. Completeness of scope is the quality of mind that enables one to cope with a multitude of interrelated issues and details, to comprehend them in their entirety and wholeness, along with the single principle that governs them and binds them together. This is the skill that gives one the power of an organizer and steward. One can develop it in oneself by constant close attention to detail. The successful merchant keeps all the intricacies of his business in mind, and manages them with a system adapted specifically to his field of commerce. The inventor keeps in mind all the details of his machine, and their relation to the basic principle of mechanics, and thus perfects his invention. The author of a great poem or novel relates all his characters and their actions to the main plot and only then creates a coherent and lasting literary work. Completeness of scope is the capacity for analysis and synthesis that is combined in the same person. A capacious and organized mind that stores in its silent depths, sorted out in strict order, a myriad of details, is a mind almost genius, even if genius has not yet manifested itself. Not everyone can be a genius, nor is it necessary, but any of us can gradually develop the capacity of our minds by carefully keeping our thoughts and deeds in order. And as a person's capacity grows and develops in proportion to his intellect, so with intellectual growth it will also increase and lead its owner to prosperity. These are the 4 pillars in the temple of prosperity. They alone can sustain prosperity without the involvement of the remaining 4 pillars. He who has perfectly mastered the principles of economy, energy, decency, and system will achieve lasting success in his life's work, whatever the nature of that work may be. Fortune will always accompany the man who is full of energy, who carefully saves energy and money, who virtuously preserves his vital energy, who is scrupulously decent and honest, and who has developed self-discipline of mind and is therefore disciplined in his work. Such a person's efforts will be directed toward the right goal, and with concentrated power, so that they will bring fruitful results. In addition, he will achieve maturity, dignity, and independence, which will unconsciously attract respect and success. Such a person, by his personal example, will give strength to those who are weaker. The scripture says of such people, "Have you ever seen a man who is nimble in his work? He will stand before kings, he will not stand before mere men." Proverbs 22 verse 29. The nimble man will not beg, whine, complain, or cynically accuse others, but will hold himself with such dignity, retain such purity and strength that he will never fall. Shining with nobility and honesty, he will occupy a high position in the world and earn the respect of all. He will inevitably achieve success and prosperity. He will endure and not fall in the battle of life. Pillar 5. Compassion. 8. The remaining pillars are central to the temple of prosperity. They give it great strength and power, but also add beauty and practicality. They greatly increase its attractiveness because they belong to the highest moral realm and therefore to great beauty and nobility of character. They make a man truly great and raise him to the height of those who are few in the world, men of impeccable virtue and bright intellect who illuminate the world. Compassion should not be confused with sentimental and condescending pity, which is like a rootless flower that quickly dies without leaving any seed or fruit. Hysteria at the sight or news of someone else's suffering is not sympathy, just as an outburst of violent indignation over cruelty and injustice is not a sign of compassion. If a man is cruel in the family, if he hurts his wife, or beats his children, or insults his servants, or harasses his neighbors with sarcastic remarks, what attitude to expect from him toward people outside his inner circle? All his outbursts of indignation or sentimental grief about the cruelty of the world around him would be hypocrisy. Of such people Emerson says, "Go, love your child, love the servant who cuts your firewood, be good-hearted and humble, be merciful, never cover up your cruelty and severity with inflated ostentatious tenderness toward the black tribes thousands of miles away." All love turned toward the far away arises at the expense of love for one's neighbor. A man is tested by his immediate actions, not by his lofty sentiments, and if all these actions are constantly evoked by selfishness and malice, if those at home are frightened when they hear such a man's steps, and when he leaves they sigh in relief, how empty are his expressions of sympathy for the suffering or the destitute, and how fruitless his membership in a charitable society. Although the well of compassion can feed the source of tears, that source is more often fed from the dark pool of selfishness, because when selfishness manifests itself, it leads to tears. Compassion is a deep, silent, unspeakable tenderness that manifests itself in meekness of character and abandonment of self for the sake of others. Compassionate people are not impulsive, not flashy, but poised, quiet, calm, and gracious. Superficial and short-sighted minds often mistake their poise toward the suffering of others for indifference. But the discerning and sensitive person recognizes true compassion in their silent strength and unwavering willingness to help quietly while others are flailing and wringing their hands. Lack of compassion manifests itself in cynicism, scathing sarcasm, bitter recriminations, mockery and scolding, rage and swearing, and false sentiments that are theoretical expressions of sympathy but are not backed up by any action in practice. A lack of compassion also manifests itself in egocentrism. While true compassion is love, love is always connected with knowledge. It is characteristic of man to think that he exists apart from his own kind, that he has his own separate purposes and interests, and to believe that he is right and others are wrong. Compassion lifts one above this separate and self-centered life and enables one to care for one's fellow human beings and to enter into their feelings and thoughts. A compassionate person puts himself in the place of another and is able to become another person for a time by penetrating another person's soul. As the poet Walt Whitman wrote, "I do not torture a wounded man about his wound. For it is almost obscene to question a suffering person." Suffering requires an immediate response, help, sympathy, not curiosity, and a compassionate person feels the suffering of another and tries to alleviate their anguish. In addition, a compassionate person does not boast about his compassion or about helping others. If a person talks a lot about his good deeds and complains about the ingratitude he has received in return, then he has not done good deeds, and he has yet to achieve that modesty in which one forgets about oneself for others, that is, true compassion. Compassion in the true sense of the word is unity with those who are suffering or in distress. Therefore, the compassionate person becomes one with the other or others and sees the problem or phenomenon from different perspectives, not from one's own. He sees with the eyes of others, he hears with their ears, thinks like them, feels like them. This enables the compassionate man to understand anyone, even those not at all like himself. He discovers the meaning of other people's lives, and his spirit of goodwill unites him with them. Balzac wrote, "The poor fascinate me, their hunger is my hunger, I am with them in their dwellings, I suffer their privations, I feel on my shoulders the rags of the beggar, in these moments I become poor and despised." This reminds us of the dictum of him who is greater than Balzac, that an act for the sake of a suffering child is an act in his name. So it is, compassion opens to us the way to the hearts of all other people, we merge spiritually with them, and when they suffer we feel their pain, and when they rejoice we rejoice with them, when they are despised and persecuted we descend spiritually with them into the abyss of despair and take to heart their humiliation and sorrow. Those who are capable of such connection with others, of connecting compassion, will never show cynicism or condemn anyone unthinkingly, because, with a compassionate tender heart, such a person shares the pain of another. To reach such spiritual maturity and to acquire the gift of true compassion, however, one must love a great deal, suffer a great deal himself, and experience the dark depths of grief. The gift of compassion is developed on the basis of a rich life experience that frees a person from prejudice, selfishness, and callousness, which burn out in his heart. If a person has not experienced real sorrow and grief at least to some extent, he cannot truly have compassion. Suffering and sorrow must be experienced, they must subside, and only then will one mature spiritually and find abiding quiet goodness. When one has experienced suffering of a certain kind and it ends, leaving only wisdom, the next time one encounters another's suffering of the same kind, one is able to understand it and respond to it with genuine compassion. If one is perfected in suffering in a comprehensive way, one becomes a comforter to other sufferers and heals their sorrows and broken hearts because he has experienced what they have experienced and understands them well. As a mother feels her child's suffering, so the compassionate person feels the pain of others. This is the highest, almost holy form of compassion. But even the less perfect ability to be compassionate is a tremendous force for good in human life, and such daily compassion is needed at all times and by all. As we rejoice in the fact that there are truly compassionate people in all walks of life, we are also inevitably aware of how pervasive rudeness, cruelty, and abusive behavior are. These negative qualities create more suffering, and there are people who fail at things precisely because they are rude, callous, and cruel. A rude, cruel person, or cold and calculating, in short, one in whom the source of compassion has dried up, may be otherwise capable, active, and savvy, but in the end he is unlikely to avoid failure in his affairs. His fierce rudeness or cold cruelty will gradually discourage those around him, and not only him, but also those associated with him in his line of work. So any semblance of prosperity will disappear from his life, and he will remain a lonely loser, perhaps in hopeless despair. Even in ordinary business interactions, compassion is a very important factor, for people are always attracted to those who are kind and affable. It is usually with them that business is conducted, rather than with harsh and rigid people. In all fields of activity where direct communication plays an important role, a person of moderate ability but open and compassionate will always outperform someone who may be more talented but lacks compassion. If a person serves as a minister, a cruel laugh or an unkind word spoken by him will greatly damage his reputation and weaken his influence with the flock. It is the influence that will suffer most. The congregation will cease to trust someone whose positive qualities they once admired if he is at least once callous. If a businessman professes a religion, those around him will expect that religion to have a positive effect on his business actions and behavior. If such an entrepreneur rants about his piety, but otherwise behaves cruelly and callously, and in practice shows himself to be a greedy and cruel worshipper of the golden calf, it will hurt his business and ultimately greatly reduce his prosperity. Compassion is a universal spiritual language that is instinctively understood and appreciated by all, even animals. After all earthly beings are subject to suffering, and this commonality of grievous experience brings us closer together and leads to that unity that we call compassion. Selfishness compels one to protect oneself and one's interests at the expense of others. Compassion compels one to protect others by sacrificing oneself. Such self-sacrifice does not result in any real or irreparable loss, because while the selfish person derives very little pleasure and benefit from his selfishness, the compassionate person, the altruistic person, constantly receives great moral satisfaction and joy. Perhaps the reader will ask, but how can a businessman, whose goal is to develop his enterprise, sacrifice himself? Anyone is capable of showing self-sacrifice and altruism, no matter what he does, in any position or position to the extent that he understands self-sacrifice. If one declares that he cannot afford to show altruism at the present moment, he will not show altruism even when his personal circumstances change and allow him to do so. Diligence in one's work does not prevent one from showing compassion, because devotion to one's work is not selfishness, even if that work is entrepreneurship, commerce. Rather, such dedication is another form of self-sacrifice. I know an entrepreneur who had a competitor who tried to drive him out of their common field of activity. This entrepreneur yielded to his rival and helped him to advance at the expense of himself. This is a truly beautiful altruistic act, and the person who did it made up for the damage, and now he is one of the most successful and prosperous businessmen. The most prosperous traveling merchant I ever knew exuded care and goodwill. All the tricks of commerce were as unknown to him as a newborn baby, but his generosity and decency helped him to make friends wherever he went. Anyone was glad to see this man enter an office, store, or workshop, not only because he had a beneficial influence on everyone, but because as a businessman he was a reliable and trustworthy partner. This man was always compassionate and sympathetic, and he was successful because of it, but his benevolence was so unselfish that he himself might not have agreed that he owed his success to it. Compassion and empathy will never deter success. It is selfishness that discourages it, because selfishness is destructive. The kinder a person is, the more he thrives. The more compassionate a person is, the more influential the compassionate person is on others, the more his interests coincide with those of his partners. The compassionate person wins not only hearts but also success, receives not only spiritual but also material benefits, and his prosperity steadily increases. The great virtue of compassion rests on 4 basic qualities. 1. Kindness. 2. Generosity. 3. Meekness. 4. Insight. Kindness, if fully developed, is not a momentary impulse, but a permanent quality of the soul. A temporary, unreliable impulse is not yet kindness, though it often passes for it and is called that word. If such an impulse is followed by cruelty, it cannot be regarded as kindness. If a sudden urge to kiss is followed by an equally sudden urge to hurt and use violence, it cannot be said that the kiss was prompted by love. A gift, seemingly made from the heart, will lose all value if the giver will then demand repayment of its value. If a person does a good deed under the influence of his own feelings, but this impulse is caused by some external stimulus, and in the end the person is most interested in his own pleasure, and then soon the same person will do cruel, cold, unfair to the recipient of the good deed, his deed should be considered as a display of weak character as well as selfishness. After all, while doing good, such a person thought not about others, but first of all about himself. Genuine kindness is unselfish and constant, and it does not need stimuli from outside to manifest itself. It is like a well from which the thirsty can always drink, and it will never run dry. When one is constant in his kindness, it is directed not only toward those he likes, but also toward those whose actions are contrary to his desires and taste. Genuine kindness as an enduring virtue shines with an even light, radiating warmth. There are deeds that repel, such are all evil deeds. There are deeds that, on the contrary, attract to oneself, such are all good deeds. Inevitably there comes a day when one bitterly regrets his evil and cruel words and deeds, but if one has shown kindness, he will never regret what he has done and said. Cruelty spoils character and personality, and over time it also spoils appearance. Finally, it also spoils success by hindering it, even if nothing else would have prevented one's success if not for his cruelty. Beauty improves character, adorns the face over time, and helps a person master the heights of success that intelligence allows him to achieve. In this way, goodness actively promotes prosperity. Generosity combines with and accompanies sincere kindness. Kindness is the younger gentle sister of the strong-willed elder generosity. A free, generous person is always attracted to himself and enjoys great influence. Greed and stinginess are always repulsive, because they are qualities of a callous, cold, dry soul and limited mind. Generosity and kindness always lead to victory, they are warm, conquering, open and genuine qualities. Stinginess discourages and ultimately leads the stingy person to loneliness and failure. Generosity, along with kindness, leads to unity with people and success. Giving is as important a duty as receiving. He who receives all he can, but refuses to give, will ultimately be unable to receive anything. This is not the law of commerce, but a higher, spiritual law. You cannot receive if you give nothing, just as you cannot give if you receive nothing. In all religions, generosity has always been presented as an important and great duty. All religions teach man to be generous. This is so because the ability to share is one of the paths to spiritual growth and progress. It is the way we cultivate more and more unselfishness and altruism. By being generous, we wean ourselves from selfishness. Generosity implies that we recognize our unity and similarity with our fellow human beings and are willing to share with them what we have earned or have. For the man who, the more he receives, the more he wants to receive, and who greedily and cautiously clings to his prey like a beast of prey, is not growing spiritually, but, on the contrary, is moving toward decay. He shuts himself off from all higher joys, including the joy of being generous, and from the sweet unity of generous, kind people. Recall Scrooge in Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Here is a vividly and masterfully drawn example of such a miser with a callous soul. Scrooge loved by no one, suffering in loneliness, living in spiritual decline. Contemporary English public figures, I think American ones, too, are almost all generous. There are almost no exceptions. These men mayors, lord mayors, members of city magistrates, heads of city councils, all who hold important public offices have attained the heights of morality in their personal development and are therefore considered the best candidates worthy to be entrusted with the management of public affairs. Numerous charitable institutions are the best and most reliable evidence of how generous these people are. Rumors and accusations often circulate among envious and unsuccessful persons that the wealth of such high officials has been gained by dishonest means. I have not been able to find a single piece of evidence to support such accusations. The higher ranks belong to a most worthy category of mature, industrious, generous, prosperous people, who have attained wealth and honor solely by diligent work, integrity, and their own strength and ability. Beware of greed, dishonesty, envy, and suspicion. If you allow these qualities to take root in your soul, they will deprive you of the main benefits and joys in life, both material and spiritual, and will deprive you of the best human qualities. A man needs to be kind and generous, to be able to share and trust, and to allow himself and his loved ones freedom of thought and action. If he is like this, honor, abundance, and prosperity will not delay in coming to him and staying with him forever. Gentleness is a quality close to the divine. There is probably no other quality that is so far removed from all that is coarse, cruel, and selfish. Such a quality is developed only as a result of rich life experience and self-discipline. Only if one has suppressed his animal nature, is able to control himself, has learned self-restraint, has learned not to be offended or angry even in the worst of circumstances, only then will meekness take root in his soul. If there is one quality that is more characteristic of a religious person than any other, it is meekness, because it indicates a high level of spiritual development. A rude, aggressive man is an insult to a meek heart and a developed mind. The English word gentleman, derived from the word gentle, still retains its original meaning. A true gentleman is someone who is humble and well-mannered and who cares about the well-being and feelings of others. A meek man is one whose good behavior is expressed in care and kindness. Such a person always enjoys general affection, regardless of what strata of society he belongs to or what family he comes from. Feisty people do not hide their quarrelsomeness and their tendency to argue, thus showing their ill-manneredness and lack of culture. A well-mannered man who is perfected in meekness will never quarrel. He will never answer a rude word with rudeness, either by ignoring it or by responding with meekness, which is much stronger than rudeness and harshness. Gentleness always goes hand in hand with wisdom. The wise man is the one who has overcome anger in himself and therefore understands how to overcome it in those around him. The meek man is spared the anxieties and troubles that are plentifully brought upon himself by those who are irascible and rude. While they waste energy and time on unnecessary resentment and irritation, the meek man remains calm and composed, and this poise helps him win the battle of life. Insight is the gift of compassion. A compassionate mind is characterized by increased discernment. Understanding comes with experience, not with arguments and evidence. In order for us to know a phenomenon or being, our lives must somehow intersect. Evidence analyzes the outside, but compassion reaches the heart. The cynic sees the hat and coat and thinks he has seen the whole person. The compassionate and discerning sees the essence of the person, disregarding the hat and coat. Any hatred is also a separation of self from people, as a consequence of which one person misjudges another. Love, in all its varieties, is a mystical fusion in which people come to know one another. Compassion is the purest form of love because it is the most generous. Of all the poets in the world, Shakespeare, the greatest connoisseur of the human heart as well as of nature, both animate and inanimate, wrote about it best. Shakespeare's personality does not appear as such in his works, but it comes through the author's sympathy for his characters in each of them. The wise man and the philosopher, the madman and the fool, the drunkard and the whore, all of them are Shakespeare himself. He melted into them his life experience and knew more about them than they know about themselves. In Shakespeare you will not find prejudice and preconceived notions. His compassion extends to all characters, from the lowest to the highest. Bias is the greatest obstacle to compassion and knowledge. It is impossible to understand a person against whom you are prejudiced. We only see people and things as they are when we free our minds from preconceived notions. Once we become compassionate, we become visionary, insightful. Again, compassion always goes hand in hand with wisdom. A sensitive heart always inevitably gives us a discerning eye. He who is able to feel pity and compassion is always perceptive. One whose heart beats in unison with the hearts of others sees through people and knows what is going on in their souls. The compassionate man reads the future and the past like an open book. His moral discernment encompasses all human life. Compassionate discernment makes a man free, joyful, and powerful. He breathes joy as his lungs breathe air. He is not afraid of competition from others, not afraid of hard times, enemies, and the like. He understands that these are all illusions, and for him they have dispelled, and the world in all its majesty and beauty has opened before his renewed gaze. Pillar 6. Sincerity. 8. Human society is held together by sincerity. If lies ruled the world, people would cease to trust each other, and this would lead to universal division and alienation, if not destruction. Life is only reasonable, whole, and joyful because of our deep faith in one another. If people stop trusting each other, they will not be able to do any business together, they will not be able to unite. Shakespeare's Timon of Athens shows us the plight of a man who, through his own stupidity, has lost faith in the sincerity of human nature. The protagonist shuns the society of others, falls into misanthropy, and eventually commits suicide. Emerson says somewhere that if the trust system disappeared from commerce, society would crumble. The system is an indicator of worldwide mutual trust between people. Short-sighted fools usually mistakenly believe that all commerce is built on deception and cheating, but in fact it rests on a great deal of mutual trust, the belief that people will fulfill obligations to one another. Payment is not asked until the goods are received, and the longevity and durability of this system proves that most people pay their debts and have not the slightest desire to avoid payment. In spite of all its faults, humanity stands on a solid foundation of truth. And the cornerstone of this building is sincerity. All the great leaders in our society are men of the highest sincerity, and their names and deeds are immortal. This is the best proof that sincerity is a virtue that inspires the admiration of all mankind. It is easy for an insincere person to imagine that everyone else is like him and to talk about a rotten society, but doesn't everything appear rotten to the prejudiced gaze? Meanwhile, our society has maintained its strength for centuries, and if it were really rotten, would it have lasted that long? People who cannot see anything good in the structure of society should look into their own souls. The key to the problem is in themselves. They call good evil. They are so impregnated with cynicism that they can no longer see the good and see only evil in everything. I recently heard a man say, "Society is rotten from top to bottom." The man asked me if I shared his opinion. I replied, I would be sad to think so. Of course, society has many shortcomings, but its core is good, and there is a grain of perfection in it that can yield results. Indeed, society is so well and firmly established that a man who tries to build his well-being on selfish principles will never succeed and prosper and will never attain a position of dignity and power. Soon the true nature of such a person will be revealed to those around him, and everyone will turn away from him. The fact that such a person can, however temporarily, profit from the credulity of others is only an indication of how sincere and kind people are, even if it is a sign of their gullibility. We admire the skillful actor on the theatrical stage, but the cunning actor on the stage of life will sooner or later cause us to be disgusted and unwilling to associate with him. He tries to appear to be something he is not, and as a result he loses his individuality, thereby losing his influence, power, and success. A man of the highest sincerity is endowed with tremendous moral power, and no other power, not even the most powerful intellect, is comparable to it. A man's influence depends entirely on the strength and purity of his sincerity. Morality and sincerity are closely related. Where sincerity is lacking, morality is lacking, because insincerity nullifies all virtues, and they cannot be taken into account in an insincere person. Even the slightest insincerity deprives a person of all his nobility and makes him mediocre and despised by everyone. Falsity is a vice so heinous that no man of high moral character can allow himself to stoop to false compliments, flattery, or other false platitudes, and if he does, he loses his strength and dignity. By falsifying, one commits a moral fall and becomes a lying weakling, ceases to be an inexhaustible well of power from which other people can draw, and one will have neither prosperity nor success, for they are no reward for insincerity and falsity. Even those who for a time are caught in flattery and lies, or are satisfied with skillfully woven deceit, will not escape retribution. The law of the universe and the general course of life will sooner or later put everything in its place, and justice will prevail, and temporary illusions will burst like bubbles on water. I am very flattered by his signs of attention, a lady recently said to my acquaintance about a third person, a cavalier, but I will not marry him. Why not? Her interlocutor asked. He looks like a false coin, his luster is a false luster, not all that gold that glitters, the lady replied. How true that is. A counterfeit coin may shine like real gold, but it may be a fake, and when tasted, it will turn out to be gilded soft tin. Real gold is up to standard and therefore gets its price everywhere. It is the same with people. We recognize a false person through the clues of our intuition, we hear the subtlest shades of falsehood in his voice and see the falsity in his actions and facial expressions. Just as our outer ears are able to recognize the deaf ringing of a false coin, with our spiritual ears we hear the falsity that comes from a lying soul. In the end, only the deceiver himself is deceived, because it is impossible for a liar to deceive those around him, his lie will still come out. In their blind stupidity, insincere people, flattering themselves and convincing themselves that they can deceive others skillfully, deceive only themselves. Those around them see right through them with all their falsehoods and deceptions. If someone tries to deceive our feelings, our intuition will tell us that the matter is unclean. The soul has a keen ear and makes infallible judgments. This infallibility of judgment is evident in the collective judgment of an entire people. Such judgment is infallible. It is so infallible that in literature, in the fine arts, in science, invention and religion, in all fields of knowledge, the people separate the good from the bad, the genuine from the false, carefully guarding the real and brushing aside all that is false, letting it perish and disappear without trace. The works, words, and deeds of great men are the heritage of all mankind, and mankind understands their true value and protects its heritage. 1,000 people can write a book each, but only one of those books will be the work of a true genius. And the people will unmistakably choose that one brilliant book, exalt and preserve it, and let the other 9,999 fall into oblivion. 10,000 people in similar circumstances will say a certain phrase, but only one of 10,000 phrases will be a pearl of supreme wisdom, and yet humanity will unmistakably identify and preserve for ages just this utterance and pass it on to posterity, and the rest will be forgotten, and no one else will remember them. Yes, it is true, people kill their prophets, but even destruction becomes an ordeal in which the genuine differs from the false. The one who is killed is the chosen one, the true sage and prophet, and the memory of his death at the hands of the people is preserved as the final and irrefutable proof of his greatness. The counterfeit coin is exposed and thrown into the smelter to be destroyed, while the real coin continues to pass from hand to hand and is valued for its value. In the same way, a false word, deed, or person is exposed, rejected, and goes into the nothingness from which it originated, gone, because it is powerless, helpless, and dead. The fake, the counterfeit has no value, no matter whether it is a person or a thing. We are ashamed of fakes that someone tries to pass off as authentic. A fake is cheap. A false and counterfeit person is no longer perceived as full-fledged, he is a shadow, a pitiful semblance of a person, a soulless mask. Only that which is genuine is truly valued. A sincere person is praised and held up as an example. He is more than a man, he is a reality, a force, a principle, before which all falsehoods recede, and a false man is cast into ashes and turns into nothing. Authenticity and sincerity always win, because they are solid, permanent, and real. It is extremely important for all of us to be sincere in order to be real. It is important not to allow ourselves the desire to appear to be someone else, not who you are. You cannot pretend to be virtuous, you cannot wear a mask. The deceitful man is convinced that he can fool the world and circumvent the age-old laws upon which the world rests. But in fact he deceives only himself, and for this the law of creation will punish him severely and justly. There is an old theory that deceivers are wiped off the face of the earth. I believe that to be a deceiver means to come very close to the edge of the abyss and non-existence, because the deceiver, in a certain sense, dissolves, disappears as a person, and in his place appears a mask, a mirage, a phantom. Many people fear the hell of non-existence beyond the grave, but the deceiver descends into that hell while still alive, losing himself. It is wrong to think that such a person can prosper and succeed. This idea is as ridiculous as the idea that shadows can replace living people and do their work. If someone thinks that he can build a brilliant career on falsehood and pretense, he should think twice before plunging into the hell of shadows. For insincerity and pretense are the absence of solid ground beneath one's feet. There is no reality, no substance, nothing to lean on, and no material from which anything can be created. In the abyss of shadows only poverty, loneliness, shame, fear, suspicion, tears, and complaints await the deceiver. For if there is a hell that is deeper, and stinkier, and darker than others, it is the hell of insincerity and pretense. There are 4 beautiful traits inherent in a sincere person. 1. Simplicity. 2. Attractiveness. 3. Foresight. 4. Power. Simplicity is naturalness, a simple being without falsehoods or foreign embellishments. Why is everything in nature so beautiful? Because everything in nature is natural. We see natural phenomena, plants, animals as they are, and they do not try to appear to us differently. Under some false guise, they have no such need or desire. There is no pretense or hypocrisy in the natural world beyond the human world. The flower that is so beautiful in the eyes of all men is perfect and pleases us with its flawless beauty. We admire it and realize that we have nothing, not even a little bit, to improve it. It is perfect to the last petal and shines with its simplicity. One of the slogans of modern society is the call back to nature. In general, it is usually understood as a call to settle in a farmhouse and cultivate our own little piece of land. But there is little point in moving to the countryside if we bring all the baggage of our deceptions with us, and to get rid of pretenses and false masks, we don't have to go anywhere. We can improve ourselves by staying where we are. Of course, it is good that those who are exhausted by the rigors of society can flee to the countryside and enjoy peace and freedom there in nature. But such an escape will be of little use if one remains false in one's heart. The only true salvation takes place only in the human soul, when we save ourselves, freeing ourselves from all falsity, reviving in ourselves all that is real and simple. Although humanity has moved far away from the natural simplicity of the animal world, it is moving toward a higher simplicity, divine in its essence. It is through inspired simplicity and immediacy that the greatest geniuses became such. Geniuses don't pretend to be anything, they simply live. The style and impression they make on those around them is the concern of smaller minds. They want to perform spectacularly on the stage of life, and by this very petty desire they condemn themselves to mediocrity. A certain man said to me recently, "I would give 20 years of my life to write an immortal psalm." You can't write a psalm with that kind of ambition. This man is primarily concerned with appearances, what kind of impression he will make, what kind of fame he will win. He is false. He thinks only of himself. Before a man can write an immortal psalm or poem or create any work for the ages, he will need not 20 years to give ambition, but 1,000 times to experience the bitterness of defeat, 1,000 failures, 1,000 times to enter into competition, experience 1,000 joys, and work rigorously, singing, drawing, writing. Only then will something of genius be born out of his dedication and life experience. One must pass his own way of the cross and pay for his creation with tears and blood. By returning to simplicity, by regaining his intellect and moral strength, man acquires greatness. He rejects nothing of the present, only illusion, deception, and pretense. He becomes pure gold of the highest order. Where there is sincerity, there will always be simplicity, a simplicity of the kind we see in nature, the beautiful simplicity of authenticity. Attractiveness is a natural consequence of simplicity. This pattern can be seen in the way all phenomena and creations of nature are attractive. In human nature, it is called personal influence. Recently, charlatan mystics have been talking about some kind of personal magnetism, which they are trying to sell as a commodity for thousands of dollars. Charlatans convince vain people that the art of personal magnetism can be mastered and thereby learn to attract others to themselves. They claim that attraction can be achieved by occult, magical means. They suggest that attraction can be bought, can be applied and washed off like powder and rouge. Those who strive to become attractive never achieve that goal, because vanity prevents them. The desire to attract is in itself a fraud and a pretense, and causes the vain person to embark on one deception after another, becoming more and more entangled in lies. Such people are aware that they are deprived of their true, natural attraction, and are constantly looking for artificial replacements for it. But there is no substitute for genuine wonder and strength of character. Attraction, like genius, will never go to those who pursue it too hard, but it will go to those who have a whole character and sincerely strive for it. There is nothing in human nature, no talent, no intelligence, no devotion, no outward beauty that can compare in attractiveness with wholeness of spirit and purity of thought, with what we call sincerity. In a sincere person, whether man or woman, there is an irresistible charm, and therefore sincere people attract and gather around them the best of the human race. Apart from sincerity, there is no other human charm. Yes, there are hobbies caused by a certain attraction of man, but they are like illnesses and are very different from the indissoluble ties by which sincere people bind others to themselves. Infatuation ends in painful disappointment when illusions are shattered. But there can be no secrets between sincere souls, and they are grounded on the solid ground of reality, consequently, no illusion obscures their view. The leaders of our society are attracted to themselves precisely by the power of their sincerity. An insincere person will never achieve greatness. Yes, he may be able to climb the crest of popularity for a while and believe that his position is firm and solid, but then he will fall lower in general opinion the higher he has climbed. An insincere person will not be able to deceive others with his fake painted mask for long. Soon those around him will realize what lurks beneath that mask and learn the unattractive truth. Such a person is like a woman with a painted face. Such a lady thinks that everyone admires her beautiful skin, but in fact those around her understand that the blush and whiteness are just paint, and they despise the fake beauty. Only one person admires her, herself, and therefore she is doomed to the hell of limitation into which all who suffer from narcissism fall. A sincere person does not think about himself, his talent, genius, virtue, or how best to embellish himself. Because he is not preoccupied with himself, he attracts others and wins their trust, sympathy, and respect. Insight is directly related to sincerity. A sincere person is always insightful, and in his presence all deceptions are debunked and all pretense is exposed. The shrewd eye of a sincere person sees through any deceiver. Swindlers and charlatans shrink under his watchful gaze and try to slip away. He, who has cleared his heart of all falsehoods, of all lies, who lets only the genuine into his soul, has the gift of distinguishing lies from the truth in the souls of others and reads in them as in an open book. He who does not deceive himself will never deceive other people. Looking at the phenomena and creations of nature, a person unmistakably determines which is which. He will distinguish the oak, the sparrow, the rose, and so on. In the same way, a sincere person unmistakably discerns the diversity of characters. By one movement, look, word, deed he determines the nature and character of another and behaves with him accordingly. He is always alert, without being suspicious. He is ready to expose a liar without being distrustful. He acts on positive knowledge rather than negative suspicion. His astute judgment allows him to comprehend the very essence of others' actions. His direct and unsophisticated behavior reinforces the good in others and makes them ashamed of the bad. Such a man is a reliable support to all who have not yet attained clarity of mind and integrity of character. Power goes hand in hand with discernment. He who understands the nature of human actions is always endowed with the power to respond to them correctly and deal with them in the most correct way. Knowledge is always power, but knowing and understanding the nature of human actions is the ultimate power. He who possesses it holds a special place in people's hearts, becomes an ideal to follow, and thanks to him people strive to become better. For many years after his death, such a person still continues to change the world for the better and remains a spiritual entity that subtly influences people's minds and, little by little, ennobles and educates them. At first their power is limited to a small circle, but by their example they start a wave of justice and nobility, just as a stone thrown into water generates circles. These circles expand and expand to encompass the entire world, and eventually, the ennobling influence of one good man brings all of humanity under his influence. The sincere person leaves a wholesome imprint of his personality on everything he does, and on everyone he meets on the road of life. Here he speaks, one person hears him, the words affect the listener, then he transmits those words and the beneficial influence to someone else, and another, and here the words reach some sufferer thousands of miles away, and he is revived in spirit. Such is the power of prosperity itself, and it is more precious than any money, any wealth. Money cannot buy such jewels as nobility and strength of character. They can only be obtained by labor. A man who strives to be sincere gains the respect of others and weight in society, people listen to him and value his opinion. Such a person will inevitably succeed and gain great power. The pillar of sincerity is very powerful, its power is enormous, and if one succeeds in erecting this pillar, the temple of prosperity will rest securely and firmly on this support. Its walls will not crack, its rafters will not rot, its roof will not collapse. Because of the pillar of sincerity, the temple of prosperity will stand as long as man lives, and when man ends his earthly journey, his temple will still serve many generations. The seventh pillar is impartiality. 8. Getting rid of prejudice is a very important achievement. Prejudice creates enormous obstacles in our path, it interferes with health, happiness, success, and prosperity. A person burdened by prejudice is constantly fighting invisible enemies, and when he succeeds in getting rid of prejudice, it turns out that in fact these enemies are his friends. Indeed, for someone with prejudices, life is very much like an obstacle race. In such a race it is impossible to get around the obstacles and the goal cannot be reached. But for a man free of prejudice, life is a pleasant walk in nature, where at the end of the day one can rest. To get rid of prejudice and to acquire impartiality, one must free oneself from inner egotism, 8, which prevents one from seeing things and phenomena from different points of view than one's own. This is not an easy task, but it is a worthy one, and one must begin to get rid of prejudices as early as possible. Even if you cannot get rid of them completely during your life, I advise you to start right now. Truth can move mountains, but prejudice is like a mountain range that obscures everything else from its proponent. Such a zealot does not even believe that there is anything beyond the mountains. But when prejudice disappears, a vast valley of diversity opens up, and a delightful picture of the world in all its complexity, with light and shadow, with different perspectives, appears before one's eyes, and it is a joy to behold. When one clings stubbornly to prejudice, one misses out on many joys, loses friends, loses happiness, and sees the world distorted. Yet it is rare to find someone who is completely free of prejudice and able to look at the world in a completely objective way. Few people are able to view what interests them objectively and without prejudice. Every staunch advocate of something has his or her own prejudices. They do not seek the truth because they already believe that their beliefs are the truth and that all other opinions and views are wrong. He defends only his own opinion and fights to win. The fanatic never tries to prove his point calmly, with facts and evidence, but defends his position passionately and ardently. Prejudice causes one to form strong beliefs that are often unsupported by any facts or knowledge. And later on, such a convinced bigot stubbornly refuses to consider any facts that contradict his beliefs. As you can see, prejudice becomes a barrier to gaining new knowledge. They keep the fanatic in the darkness of ignorance and prevent him from developing his mind and striving for the high and noble. Moreover, prejudice prevents the fanatic from communicating with the best minds of mankind, and he is imprisoned in the dungeon of his own egotism. To cling to prejudice is to prevent light from entering your mind, it is to refuse to perceive and see beauty, to refuse to hear divine music. The fanatic stubbornly clings to his small, erroneous, ignorant opinion and thinks that his worldview is the truest and best in the world. He is so in love with his own deductions, and they are just a form of self-objection, that he thinks everyone around him must agree with him. The fanatic evaluates people according to whether they share his prejudices. Those who do seem smart and good to him, the rest he considers stupid and condemns. The fanatic will never gain knowledge, wisdom, or truth. He is condemned to remain a prisoner of his delusions, that is, of the illusions he has created for himself, condemned to lose touch with reality. He lives, fascinated by himself, adoring himself, and this prevents him from seeing and understanding the simplest, most ordinary facts of life. At the same time, the fanatic's own theories, which are usually unfounded, take on enormous proportions in his head. The fanatic gladly believes that all things and phenomena have only one side, and that side is the one he knows. But every phenomenon has at least two sides, and the truth will be found only by one who carefully examines both points of view, remaining free of prejudice, trying not to lean toward either one. The world, with all its contradictions, resembles two lawyers dealing with the same case in court, a lawyer and a prosecutor. The prosecution presents to the court all the facts that prove it is right, and the defense presents all the facts that prove in its favor. Then each side either downplays or ignores the facts provided by the opponent, or tries to disprove them. But the judge who presides over the case examines it impartially, and in this way he is like an objective thinker among other people. He listens to the evidence of both sides, compares it, and renders an objective decision. However, the universal partiality, the prejudice that characterizes humanity, is rather a positive phenomenon. As in all other extremes, nature itself settles the differences of the warring parties and brings them to a perfect equilibrium. Moreover, human prejudice is a contributing factor to evolution. It makes even those people who have not yet developed the habit of forcing themselves to think. Prejudice is a phase that everyone must go through. But it is nothing more than a branch from the great road that leads to the truth, a winding and potholed one. The fanatic sees only part of the truth and thinks he sees the whole truth, but only the impartial and objective thinker really sees the whole truth, all its sides and facets. It is important for us to see all facets of the truth, to be able to gather all its parts into a single picture, and only then will we have a whole view and be able to judge impartially. The objective man judges, weighs, ponders, being free from prejudice, from preferences and antipathies. His only desire is to establish the truth. He rejects preconceived notions and lets facts and evidence speak for themselves. He knows that the truth is unchanging, so he is sober in his judgment and remembers that his personal opinion will not change anything and that the truth can be found. So the dispassionate person saves a lot of time and energy, while the fanatic usually wastes both time and nerves. In addition, the dispassionate person looks reality squarely in the face, and so he gains peace of mind and peace of mind. Impartiality and freedom from prejudice are so rare in our world that wherever an impartial person appears, he will sooner or later rise to a high position in the eyes of others, and he will be destined for great success. He will not necessarily make a career in worldly affairs, but he will in any case become an influential person to those around him. He may remain a simple carpenter, or a weaver, or a clerk in an office. He may live in poverty, or he may live like a millionaire. He may have any appearance. But no matter where he is, no matter who he is, the impartial and therefore wise man still has a beneficial effect on the world and changes the world for the better. And one day humanity will appreciate him because he has played an important role in evolution and has served as a tremendous driving force. I have mentioned the carpenter for a reason, because there was a carpenter who lived in the world 19 centuries ago, and he was an illiterate poor carpenter. His own relatives considered him a madman, and he met an ignominious end from the point of view of his fellow countrymen, but he sowed the seeds of influence that later grew and changed the whole world. And about 2,500 years ago, there was another such wise man who lived in India. He held a high position. He was the king's son, he was perfectly educated and very rich. This man became a beggarly homeless preacher, and to this day a third of mankind worships him and is under his beneficent influence. Beware when the great Lord unleashes a thinker on our planet, says Emerson. A thinker cannot be one who is limited by prejudice, he is only a stubborn adherent of an opinion. Every idea passes through the filter of prejudice and gets its own connotation, so that impassioned thought and unbiased judgment become impossible. The prejudiced person perceives everything in the world only in relation to himself or in an imaginary, contrived relation to himself. The objective thinker sees things as they are. The person who has cleansed his mind of prejudice and of all the imperfections of egotism gains the ability to perceive reality directly. Such a person has reached the pinnacles of power, he is very influential and enjoys his vast influence, whether he is aware of it or not. Influence is inseparable from his life, it accompanies him as fragrance accompanies a flower. This influence is evident in his speeches, his actions, his manners, his posture, his every movement of thought. Even when he is motionless and silent, he has an influence on those around him. Wherever he goes, even if he goes to a desolate desert, even there he cannot escape this fate, because the great thinker is at the center of the world. The rest of the people revolve around him in their orbits, and their thoughts are drawn to him. The true thinker is always above the endless whirlwind of passions in which all mankind swirls. He does not allow himself to be carried away and guided by personal preferences, because he has realized how important it is to maintain impartiality and objectivity of principle. He does not take part in the worldwide battle where selfish desires clash. He observes everything impartially, but is far from indifferent, and therefore sees both sides of any phenomenon and understands the causes and meaning of conflict. Not only the great teachers are free from prejudice, but also the greatest writers. They, like true mirrors, reflect reality dispassionately. Such are Whitman, Shakespeare, Balzac, Emerson, Homer. They are universal minds. They look at the world from the perspective of eternity, not through the prism of personal bias. Great minds contain all things and beings and worlds and laws. They are the gods who lead humanity and who will one day lead it out of the maelstrom of passions into a quiet harbor. The true thinker is the greatest of men, and his destiny is a high destiny. A truly free and dispassionate mind reaches divine heights and is bathed in the bright light of reality. Impartiality consists of 4 basic elements. 1. Justice. 2. Patience. 3. Serenity. 4. Wisdom. Fairness is the ability to take and give equally. What is called getting a good deal is nothing but a kind of theft. It means that the buyer pays for only part of the purchase and receives the rest as a net profit. The seller also encourages this by making the deal. The just man does not try to win an advantage and to gain an advantage, he understands the real value of things and proceeds from it in his actions. He does not allow the principle of what is profitable to overshadow the principle of what is fair, because he knows that honesty pays off best in the long run. He does not seek his own gain at the expense of the other person, because he knows that an honest and just act brings equal and full benefit to both parties to the transaction. If the saying "what one has lost, the other has gained" is true, the balance can be reached later. Unfair gain cannot lead to prosperity, but will inevitably lead to ruin. A just person would not be able to resort to a fair deal that robbed another, because to him it would be like emptying another person's pockets. Such a predatory deal would be considered dishonorable by a just person. The spirit of haggling and profiteering in business is not the true spirit of commerce. It is a selfish and thieving spirit that wants profit for nothing. A decent man purges his business of all bargaining and builds it on a nobler foundation of justice. He puts out good goods at a fair price and does not change the price. He does not dirty his hands with any business of counterfeiting. In a just and honorable merchant, all goods are genuine and sold at a fair price. Buyers who try to drive down the price by buying something from a seller are humiliating themselves. This action on their part implies two things: either the seller is dishonest and has inflated the price, indicative of the buyer's low and suspicious mind, or the buyers are eager to rob the seller of his profits and profit from his loss, also evidence of their lowliness. It also happens that buyers pressurize the seller by knocking down the price, but this too is a dishonorable trick, by which they dishonor themselves. Those who use it tend to complain more than others that the goods were imposed on them, and that is not surprising if you look at how they themselves try to impose something on others. On the other hand, a salesman who wants to squeeze as much as he can out of a customer, regardless of the true price of the goods and the unfairness of his methods, is like a robber. In this way, he slowly undermines his own success, because his actions will inevitably come back to him and lead him to financial ruin. Recently, a gentleman in his 50s told me, "I have just discovered that all my life I have paid 50% more for everything than I should have." A just man will never feel or think that he has overpaid for anything, because he will not make a deal if it seems unfair to him. But if a person seeks to get everything for half the price, he will angrily and resentfully grieve that he overpaid for everything twice over. The just man is glad to pay the full price, whether he gives or takes, and his spirit is calm and his days are full of peace. Dishonesty must be avoided above all else. One must strive to be absolutely fair and honest at all times and with everyone. For an unjust man cannot be honest, cannot be generous, cannot be spiritually mature, but is like a thief in disguise, seeking to get as much as possible and give as little as possible in return. Refraining from all bargaining, the just man, by his own example, teaches the bargainers how to conduct business better and more honestly, with that lofty nobility and dignity which alone can lead to great and praiseworthy success. Patience is the most precious quality in the character of an objective person. It is not a question of patience as applied to any particular activity, for example, the patience of a young lady busy embroidering, or a boy building a toy motor. It is about patience as an unshakable and all-encompassing quality, a meek disposition that one retains under any circumstances, even the most difficult, an unchanging soft power that no trial can break. Patience is a rare gift, and one can hardly expect humanity as a whole to develop it. But the individual can develop this virtue gradually, and even if he is patient at least in part, this quality will do wonders in his personal and business life. An impatient person is rapidly heading for ruin. After all, no one wants to do business with someone who is hot-tempered as gunpowder and constantly explodes at the slightest opportunity, the slightest bit of criticism or reproach to his address. Even friends one after another will leave the irascible person, because no one wants to endure the society of a friend who is rude, harsh on his tongue, who quarrels at the slightest occasion, because of minor disagreements or misunderstandings. To develop patience, one must gradually learn to control oneself, to realize what a beautiful and virtuous quality it is. You must understand that if you want to achieve great success, you must behave wisely and patiently, only then will you be useful to society and gain power. You must learn to think of others, to act for their benefit, not just for your own benefit. You must learn to endure trials and tribulations. You must learn to patiently and peacefully endure the company of those with whom you disagree, even if their views are fundamentally different from yours, and on the most fundamental and key issues for you. It is also necessary to avoid quarrels, just as one avoids deadly poison. We are always faced with disagreements, and there is always someone trying to argue or quarrel, but you must resist this temptation and learn to tame those around you, radiating peace and harmony. Disputes and quarrels are commonplace, but they cloud the mind and wound the heart. Patience, on the other hand, is a rare phenomenon that enriches the soul and clarifies the mind. Any cat is able to hiss and snort. It does not take much intelligence and no effort, just a licentiousness of temper. But you have to be a real man to endure all trials patiently, without losing face, even if you constantly face the most unsightly side of the human race. But patience always wins out. Just as soft water sharpens hard stone, patience overcomes all obstacles. It wins people's hearts, overcomes, and gains power. Calmness is the constant companion of patience. It is a glorious and worthy quality. It is the safe harbor of free souls, where they come after long wandering in the stormy ocean of passion. Tranquility is bestowed on those who have suffered much, experienced much, and come out victorious. It is impossible to be objective and impartial if you are deprived of calm. It is in the soul where passions rage, where enthusiasm, prejudice, and partiality arise. When feelings are obstructed, they rage like water trapped by a dam. A calm person avoids the boiling of passions by directing his feelings from a personal channel into an impersonal one. He thinks and feels not only for himself, but also for others. He values other people's opinions equally with his own. If he considers his own work important, he considers the work of another to be just as important. He will not agree to receive something to the detriment of another. He is not like Humpty Dumpty, who, bloated with the consciousness of his own importance, falls down and loses everything. The quiet man rejects egotism in the name of truth and sees things in their true light. He overcomes irritability and comes to the conclusion that there is nothing in the world that should cause it. Being annoyed at someone because they see the world differently than you do is like being annoyed at a daisy for not being a rose. Everyone thinks differently, and a calm person accepts differences of opinion as a fact of human nature. A calm and open-minded person is not only the happiest in the world, but also the most powerful. He is self-confident, goal-oriented, fruitful, and in peace and silence easily and quickly achieves what an irritated, noisy person will achieve much more slowly and with great difficulty. The mind of a calm person is clear and pure, concentrated and balanced, and at any moment ready to take up any work with inexhaustible power. In the tranquil mind all contradictions are settled, peace and radiant joy reign. As Emerson said, tranquility is a joy that has become a habit. But by no means should tranquility be confused with indifference, for they are directly opposite phenomena. Indifference is lifeless, while peace radiates vitality and great power. A calm person has partially or completely restrained himself and has safely overcome his selfishness, and therefore knows how to successfully overcome selfishness in others. In any moral contest, the calm person always wins. As long as he remains calm, he is invincible. That's why self-control is better than any wealth, and unchanging calm is a real blessing. Wisdom is a quality that is always inherent in the impartial man. Wings of wisdom shield and watch over him, he is guided by its advice and promptings. Wisdom leads one to the ultimate gracious goal in the most pleasant way. Wisdom is a multifaceted quality. The wise man adapts himself to others. He acts for their good, but never violates morals or principles of decent behavior. A fool does not know how to adapt to others. He acts only in his own self-interest and constantly acts contrary to moral values and principles of good behavior. There is wisdom in every objective and unprejudiced act. Once a person acts impartially and experiences what impartiality means, he will want to look at the world impartially again and again until he makes a habit of it. Every wise thought, word, and deed affects the world as a whole because it is filled with greatness. Wisdom is a storehouse of knowledge and a source of power. It is comprehensive and yet so meticulous as to touch the smallest details. In embracing the great, wisdom does not lose sight of the small. The wise man is more like the world, everything has its place and order, so wisdom is not a burden. Like the world, the wise man is free and feels no limitations, but at the same time he is not off the chain, does not go astray, does not commit sins, and has nothing to repent of. Wisdom is like a calm adult, and its opposite, foolishness, is like a crying baby. The wise man has outgrown weakness and dependence, mistakes and punishments for childish ignorance, so he is calm, strong, confident, and balanced. A wise man needs no outside support. His mind rests on a solid and secure foundation of knowledge, not bookish, abstract knowledge, but mature knowledge based on life experience. The wise man penetrates all minds and hearts, and therefore understands them and knows their sorrows and joys. When a person succeeds in developing wisdom, it elevates and transforms him. The wise man becomes a new being, with new goals and powers, and begins to live in a new universe in which he has a new and prosperous destiny. Such is the seventh pillar, impartiality, which serves as a reliable support and adornment of the temple of prosperity. Pillar 8, self-confidence. 8. Every young man should read Emerson's essay, Self-Trust, 1841. It is one of the most mature and wise essays ever written. It is calculated to cure in equal measure the two mental illnesses of adolescence. They are two extremes, self-deprecation and arrogance. Emerson's essay is guaranteed to show the conceited boy all the insignificance and emptiness of his vanity, and is equally guaranteed to convince the shy boy of the weakness and futility of his self-deprecation. The essay will be a revelation to the young and show the dignity with which a spiritually mature person should hold himself. It has the same powerful effect as the revelations of the ancient sages and prophets, but it is perhaps better suited to the needs of our mechanical age, since it is written by our contemporary, that is, by a modern prophet. The main advantage of this wise essay is that it gives the reader a charge of mental vigor and strength. We must not confuse arrogance and overconfidence with self-confidence. It is very important to be able to distinguish between the two. Self-confidence is a high and noble quality, a virtue, while conceit is a low vice. There is nothing wrong with self-confidence, and there is not a drop of greatness in conceit. If a person is asked questions about something he does not know at all, and he has never answered "I don't know" because he is afraid of being mistaken for ignoramus, if he passes off bold and unfounded assumptions as knowledge, he makes himself look ignorant and deserves a bad reputation for arrogance. It is better to admit honestly that you don't know something. It will arouse the respect of others, but if you pretend to be knowledgeable, you will make yourself look like an ignoramus. The shy person who constantly apologizes as if he were afraid to live, who is constantly afraid of being judged and mocked, is not a person in the full sense of the word. Spiritually he has not yet grown and matured. Such a person most certainly imitates others. He is not an independent person and is not capable of independent action. To learn and dare to act independently, he needs confidence in himself. Then he will believe in his own strength and be able to set an example for himself and not slavishly follow the example of others. As for ridicule, the man who allows himself to be hurt by it is not yet spiritually mature. A truly mature and strong spirit cannot be harmed by the arrows of ridicule and sarcasm. Self-confidence serves as a solid armor. Mockery is powerless against the possessor of an honest heart. Let the arrows of irony fall on him in a hail. The strong and confident man only laughs when he sees them bounce back without even scratching him. Trust yourself, Emerson urges in his essay, for every heart responds to the sound of this string. Throughout the ages people have sought, and still do, support from the outside world rather than from their own natural simplicity and innate dignity. Only a few have the courage to lean on themselves, and they stand out from the crowd, revered as heroes. Indeed, he who has the courage to speak from the heart is a true hero. He stands firm in life, and this makes him aware of his self-value. One can become such a hero only after passing a test of one's strength. A self-confident man should not fear for his reputation or position in society, nor should he fear that he might lose his prestige. He must not allow those around him, who are used to thinking alike, to dislodge him from his position. He must learn to live and act independently of the opinions of society. But when this test is passed, and neither scoffers nor conservatives can influence his views, he will become a man in the true sense of the word, a hero whom society reckons with and ultimately accepts on terms dictated by it. Sooner or later all those around him turn to such a person for help and support. And though the best minds do not lean on him, they respect and appreciate his work and personality, and recognize that he is comparable to the heroes of yesteryear. Under no circumstances should reluctance to learn be mistaken for self-confidence. Such a mindset is born of stubborn arrogance, essentially a manifestation of weakness. Such behavior portends failure. It is not a testament to strength, not the promise of great achievement, to which true self-confidence leads. Pride and conceit are harmful. If one measures oneself and relies on the occasional, transient, i.e., money, clothes, prestige, position in society, there is always the risk that one will lose these goods and, with them, lose oneself. A self-confident person does not rely on external and transient things, but on the most important and essential, on inner qualities, honesty, sincerity, integrity, strength of character and all the rest, which cannot be lost and always remain with him. The proud person will try to hide his ignorance by making audacious unfounded speculations, by engaging in idle reasoning. He will not want anyone to think that he is learning something. It seems to the proud man that the urge to learn speaks of ignorance. In fact, it is the reluctance to learn that speaks of ignorance. The proud man clings to his ignorance, to the illusory impression he tries to make on others. He may rise to prominence for a while, he may prosper, but not for long. The higher he rises, the lower he will fall. A truly confident person has nothing to hide and is always ready and happy to learn. Where there is conceit and pride, there is no room for meekness. While self-confidence gets along very well with meekness, they complement each other, and it is with the strongest meekness that the most restrained and modest self-confidence is combined. Extremes meet, Emerson writes, and there is no better example of this than the pride of meekness. No aristocrat, no prince born in purple, can compare in self-respect to a saint. Why would a saint consent to such an inferior position, if not because he knows he can afford it, for he relies on the greatness of God and himself? 9. The Buddha once said, "Those who now or after my death serve as lights for themselves, relying only on themselves and counting on no help from outside, but holding on only to the light of truth that comes from their lamp, those who seek salvation in truth alone will seek no help from anyone but themselves. It is they, of all my followers, who will be able to reach the top. It is necessary, however, that they have the desire to learn." This saying especially emphasizes the importance of self-reliance, as well as the importance of the will to learn. The Buddha's words are the best I know about self-confidence. In it, the great teacher tells us what the perfect balance is between self-belief and meekness, the balance that must be achieved by one who has attained the truth. Self-trust is the essence of heroism. All great men believed in themselves, and we should look to them as teachers, but not lean on them or hold on to them as pioneers. The great will be the one who leans on no one, but stands firmly and independently on his feet, armed with the dignity of truth. In such a person others begin to look for support. Looking at him, they use him as an excuse for their spiritual laziness and self-abasement. We must not cherish our vices by hiding behind the backs of strong heroes. We must light our own lamp of virtue and go our own way. If we always rely on the power of heroes, use the light of their truth and under this pretext do nothing, learn nothing, grow spiritually, we will sink into darkness. But if we each light our own lamp, we can support their light and overcome the darkness. We can draw light from others and share our light with others, but we can't just use someone else's light while your own is rusting, forgotten and extinguished, because then you will find yourself in darkness. Our own inner light is the source of light that will never fail us. What is the inner light that religious people talk about, if not another name for self-confidence? It is to be yourself and stand your ground, regardless of other people's opinions. But I am so small and poor, you will object, then stand up for your smallness, and in time it will turn into greatness. An infant needs his mother's pacifier and hugs, but a grown man does not need them. Consequently, he stands on his own feet. People ask God in prayer to put food in their mouths for which they must toil hard. But humanity will outgrow the spiritual infancy. There will come a time when people will no longer pay a priest to pray for them and preach to them. The main trouble with people is that they do not believe in themselves, and therefore a confident person becomes rare and visible from afar. If a man perceives himself as a worm, what will he do but grovel helplessly? Indeed, and out of the weak will come the strong, but not out of the one who belittles himself. One must see oneself for who one is. When you discover unworthy qualities in yourself, you must get rid of them and, on the contrary, develop and nurture the worthy ones. A man is humiliated only if he humiliates himself, he is elevated only if he lives an elevated life. Why would a man want to draw attention to his low nature over and over again? It is false meekness, which is nothing but a particularly wicked form of pride. If a man has fallen, he can rise and become wiser. If you stumble and find yourself in a ditch, you should not lie there and urge every passerby to pay attention to your plight. You should get up and go on and henceforth, using the experience gained, look more carefully under your feet. Therefore, a man who has fallen into a ditch of vice must rise and cleanse himself, and, gathering his strength, go on. There is no sphere in life in which a man's influence and prosperity do not grow as his self-confidence grows. For the mentor, secular or spiritual, for organizers, managers, entrepreneurs, and all in whose hands power is concentrated, self-confidence is an important and valuable tool that knows no equal. Self-confidence consists of 4 important qualities. 1. Determination. 2. Permanence. 3. Dignity. 4. Independence. Determination makes a man strong. He who is indecisive is weak. Whoever wants to play a small but meaningful role in the spectacle of life must be determined and know what to do, otherwise he will remain in wordless roles. Even if there are doubts, one must not doubt that one has the strength to act. One must know what your role in life is and put all the energy into it. You must act on a solid foundation of accumulated knowledge. Even if this knowledge is limited to the price and quality of goods, you must understand your field of activity and be confident in your knowledge. One must always be prepared to stand up for oneself. This readiness and determination must become a habit, so that under no circumstances, especially in extreme cases, can doubts prevent you. He who hesitates fails. If a man does not believe in himself, others will not believe in him. If he hesitates, doubts, is not able to make a decision, he will not become a winner. Who will want to deal with a salesman who does not know the price of his own goods or is not sure where the goods are stored? An employee must know his business, for if he does not know it, who will teach him? He must always be ready to speak his truth clearly and distinctly, must be determined, which only comes with experience and knowledge. Determination and firmness are an important part of self-confidence. To be respected, to be listened to, you need to know exactly what truth you are standing for, and be able to say it politely, convincingly, and clearly. When you have to stand up for yourself, you must always speak with authority. You have to know what skill you have mastered and be able to tell it, to understand your business, then you will become a true master. He who does not understand his work and cannot talk about it and defend it will forever remain an apprentice, an apprentice. Indecision is a morally corrupting factor. Even a moment's hesitation can destroy long, hard efforts and endeavors and prevent one step away from success. He who, out of fear of making a mistake, is afraid to make a quick decision almost always makes a mistake when he acts. He who is nimble in thought and action is less prone to blunders. It is better to act decisively and make a mistake than to act indecisively and make a mistake, because an indecisive person has weakness added to his mistake. You always have to be decisive about what you know and what you don't know. You must always be ready to say yes or no. You must confess ignorance as readily as you confess your knowledge. If you base your decisions on facts and act on your simple truth, you won't have to flounder in indecision, not knowing which opinion to choose. You have to make decisions quickly and act decisively. Better yet, you should always have an inner readiness and a formulated opinion, so that the decision will arise spontaneously and instinctively. Persistence is a quality that is formed in a mind accustomed to quick decisions. It represents a final and unchangeable decision, which is always at the ready and serves as the best choice of life's path. Continuity is a vow of the soul, a promise to hold fast to one's chosen principles under all circumstances. Continuity requires no written or oral vows, for it is a man's fidelity to himself, and it is the basis of all vows. He who lacks firm principles will accomplish little in life. Profitability is a dangerous quagmire and sharp thorns on which those who are perpetually bogged down in the swamp of moral promiscuity and have no solid ground under their feet constantly fall upon. He is in for constant disappointment, which he has brought upon himself. It is necessary to stand on firm ground of principles, not to falter and get bogged down in the swamp of fluctuations. Fickleness is a vice among weaknesses, and it undermines character far more than vices among strengths. What are vices among strengths? They arise from an excess of animal strength. The owner of such vices chooses a shortcut to the goal, because he has already made up his mind and has his principles. The weak and indecisive one hesitates and gets bogged down in his vices and does not move towards the goal, because spiritually he is immature, and his main vice is that he does not have his principles and worldview. If you understand that force can be used with both good and bad intentions, then you are no longer surprised that drunkards and harlots will go to heaven faster than religious fanatics. At least harlots and drunkards hold firmly to the road they have chosen for themselves, even if it is a vicious one, and such consistency is also a kind of strength. For to turn from the path of evil to the path of good requires strength, and they have it, and so the sinner, if he wants it, can find the strength to become a saint. One must educate one's mind to be persistent, determined, and determined. One must choose which principles it is best to adhere to in all circumstances, which principles will help one safely navigate the stormy sea of opposing opinions and give one courage for the great battle of life. He who assimilates firm principles will gain more than happiness and life, and if he never part with them, they will never leave him. The principles will protect him from all enemies, enable him to get out of all dangers and difficulties unharmed, and light the way like a ray of light in the darkness. Firm principles serve as salvation from sorrow, as a guiding star, and as a refuge from the conflicts of the world. Dignity, like a magic garment, clothes a steady mind. The man who remains as inflexible as an iron bar when he is expected to compromise evil, but is as flexible as a willow branch when he adapts to good, is filled with dignity and ennobles others by his presence. A fickle mind, devoid of firm principles, is stubborn and firm when his desires are threatened, and gives up when his moral well-being is threatened. Such a person is deprived of inner harmony, peace, equilibrium. A man endowed with dignity cannot be trampled upon and enslaved, for he has ceased to trample and enslave himself. He is able to overcome any attempt to belittle him, instantly, with a single look or a word, or even a wise silence, he disarms the enemy. His very presence is a weighty rebuke to all the careless and unworthy, and to those who strive for virtue, the possessor of dignity is a firm support. But the main reason why a person with dignity commands respect is this: he respects not only himself, but he treats those around him with respect at all times. The proud man is self-loving and treats those below him with arrogance, because self-love and contempt for others are two sides of the same coin, always together. The stronger the self-love, the stronger the arrogance. Genuine dignity does not arise from self-love, but from self-sacrifice, from impartial fidelity to a firm central principle. The dignity of a judge rests on the fact that, in the performance of his duties, he temporarily forgets all personal preferences and relies only on the law. He becomes a powerful and majestic instrument of the law, and as a man with his little passions he temporarily ceases to exist. If a judge, in deciding the outcome of a case, forgets the law and begins to be guided by personal feelings and beliefs, his dignity disappears. The same is true of anyone with integrity and purity of character. Such a person is guided by a higher moral law, not by personal feelings. For if one yields to his passions, his dignity will disappear and he will become one of the many unworthy and unwise who are subject to passions. Everyone can find dignity and restraint if he remembers that he acts on solid principles. It is only important that these principles be dignified and virtuous, and consequently, unimpeachable. As long as one adheres to such principles and does not waver or stoop to personal passions, considerations and interests, and does not succumb to passions, then, however strong they may be, they cannot affect his mental firmness and make him give up his principles. Therefore, in the end, principles and a sense of moral righteousness will be stronger and will defeat all passions and personal considerations. Independence is the birthright of the strong and strong-willed man. All people love freedom and strive for it, and all manage to achieve some degree of freedom. A man must work either for the good of society or for his own sake. Unless one is crippled, chronically handicapped, or mentally ill, it is a shame to depend on others and feed off them without giving anything in return. Those who think of this situation as freedom are deeply mistaken. It is the worst form of slavery. There will come a time when being a droneless drone in a human hive, even if, as is often the case now, a respectable droner rather than a poor vagabond, will be shameful in the eyes of society, and such a person will no longer be respected. Independence, freedom, all these things are given only through work, not idleness, and the confident man is too strong, noble, and principled to depend on others. He is not an infant. With his hands or his brain, he earns the right to live as a man and as a citizen. He does so whether born into poverty or into wealth, because wealth is no excuse for idleness. Wealth, on the contrary, opens ways to work for the good of society, because it provides more opportunities. Only those who are able to support themselves are truly free, confident, and independent. This is the essence and nature of the 8 pillars of prosperity. The foundation on which they rest, the way they are built, their composition, the material of which each pillar is composed, the place they occupy, the way they support the temple. The reader now knows everything. He who knew this in part has learned all, and he who knew all has benefited by studying a systematic and simplified description of how the moral order of prosperity is arranged. Let us now examine the temple of prosperity itself to learn of the strength of its pillars, the strength of its walls, the strength of its roof, and the architectural beauty and perfection of the temple as a whole. Temple of Prosperity. 8. The reader who has studied carefully chapter by chapter, expecting to learn in detail how to make money, conduct business, make a profit and cope with loss in various fields, who hope to learn more about prices, markets, agreements, contracts, and other matters connected with prosperity, has already noticed that there is no detailed advice in this book on any of the above. There are 4 good reasons for that. 1. Details cannot exist in isolation, but from them it is impossible to put together a whole unless they are linked to principles. 2. The details are innumerable and are constantly changing. The principles are few, unchanging, and eternal. 3. Principles are factors that influence, regulate, and harmonize all details without exception. Therefore, having the right principles means not making mistakes in all the details subordinate to them. 4. A teacher of truth in any field must strictly adhere to principles and not allow himself to stray from them and delve into the volatile maze of personal preferences and feelings. For such personal nuances have a say only in narrow personal matters and are true only for the individual, while principles are true universally and necessary for all mankind. Whoever assimilates the principles set forth in this book and applies them wisely in life will also be able to grasp the essence of these 4 causes. The details of any case are important, but they concern only a particular person or a particular area of activity. Outside it, they no longer play a role. Moral principles are uniform and necessary for one and all. They are applicable in all circumstances, and all particulars are subordinate to them. The man who has his affairs guided by unchanging principles does not need to go into the intricate intricacies of a multitude of details. Such a person will already understand the details as a whole, will grasp them in thought and see through them. They will appear to him brightly and clearly in the light of the general principle to which they are subject. He will not have to waste energy and time, nor will he be anxious and hurried. Until you learn the principles, details and particulars seem to be paramount issues and take up a lot of time and effort. This leads to a lot of complications and confusion. But in light of the principles, the details immediately take their proper place and are already perceived as secondary factors. With principles, it is easy to overcome and settle all the complications of details and particulars. He who delves into the many details without understanding the principles is like a traveler lost in the woods. The wayfarer has lost his way and is struggling to make his way through the woods because bumps, bushes, and snags get in the way. Such a person is fully absorbed in details and is able to focus only on a few of the many, because he cannot consider the rest. At the same time, a person who has mastered the basic principles easily understands all the details at once, without going deeper into them, and sees them from the side, as they are. Principles encapsulate everything. They are the one law for all things and phenomena, and all things and phenomena are subject to the law. It is a great mistake to consider things in isolation from their nature. The details are the letters, and the principles are the spirit, which is embodied in the letters. This is true of art, of science, of literature, of commerce, and of religion. Following the letter kills, following the spirit gives life. The human body, with its wonderful coherence of all parts, is important, but only in relation and relationship to the spirit. When the spirit disappears, the body becomes useless, and is disposed of. The body of any business, with all its complex parts, is important, but only in connection with the principles which spiritualize the business, and breathe life into it, and govern it. If the principles disappear, the business dies. To achieve prosperity in its material expression, we must first acquire the spirit of prosperity, which is first and foremost the spirit of moral virtue. Moral blindness prevails in society. People see money, possessions, entertainment, and so forth and confuse all this with prosperity, and so they seek to obtain these goods for their own pleasure. But once they have them, they do not derive pleasure from them. Prosperity is above all a spirit, a mental attitude, a way of thinking, a moral force, a life that manifests itself in the outside world as abundance, joy, and happiness. One cannot become a genius simply by creating poems or essays for one's own amusement. It is necessary to develop and internalize the spirit and mindset of genius, then the creation of masterpieces will be a consequence, a manifestation of these qualities. In the same way, it is impossible to find prosperity by accumulating money. It is necessary first to develop and internalize the spirit of virtue, and then material prosperity will become a consequence of spiritual wealth. For the spirit of virtue is the spirit of joy, and it is full of abundance, satisfaction, and fullness of life. He who is virtuous is happy. Money, possessions, material savings, and the like are not happiness in themselves. They are dead and lifeless. The spirit of happiness and joy must be present in man himself, and it cannot be anywhere else. One must have the ability to be happy. One must have the wisdom to make proper use of material possessions, not just to own and hoard them. Material possessions must depend on the individual, not the individual on the possessions. Material possessions should come to a man by themselves, not a man forever chasing after them. And they will inevitably come to him who is endowed with the high moral qualities with which material goods are associated. The kingdom of God has everything that is good, true, and necessary, and the kingdom of God is within us. I know rich people who are very happy because they are generous, pure of heart, able to rejoice. But I also know rich people who are very unhappy, because they have sought happiness in material goods and in money, but they have failed to nurture a spirit of goodness and joy in themselves. Can it be said of an unhappy and unkind person that he thrives, even if his income amounts to enormous sums? True prosperity is happiness, harmony, and satisfaction. When a rich man is happy, he is happy because he has brought a spirit of joy to his wealth, not because the wealth has brought him joy. A happy rich man is one who is fully possessed not only of material goods, but also of responsibility. The unhappy rich man is an empty man who seeks riches and hopes that they will give him the fullness of life, which is born only of soulfulness. Thus, prosperity is a moral quality and capacity. It is the wisdom that helps us to use and legitimately enjoy the material goods inseparable from our earthly lives. If one wants external freedom, one must first attain spiritual freedom. If his spirit is bound by weakness, selfishness, or vice, possessing money will not bring him freedom. It is more likely that in his hands wealth will become an instrument for further enslavement of himself. With this in mind, the outward signs of prosperity cannot be taken separately, but only in their relationship to the mental and moral root cause of prosperity. Every building has a foundation hidden from our eyes. The fact that a building stands and does not collapse is the best evidence of a solid foundation. Likewise, every lasting success has a hidden foundation, and the permanence of that success is the best proof that such a foundation exists. Prosperity rests on a foundation of character, and there can be no other foundation in the universe. True wealth is well-being, prosperity, integrity, solidity, and happiness. The unhappy rich cannot be called truly rich. They only possess material goods, luxury, free time, but to them these are instruments of self-mutilation. Wealth has become a curse for them. A moral person is always happy and content, and his life, when viewed as a whole, is always successful. There are no exceptions to this rule, because no matter what individual failures such a person may endure, in the end his life will be complete, harmonious, and holistic. Because of this, he will have a quiet conscience, an honest name, and good luck and joy, which are inseparable from spiritual wealth. For without spiritual wealth, no material possessions will hold sway or bring satisfaction. We will now briefly repeat what the 8 pillars of prosperity are and what their properties and power are. First pillar, energy. It is the ability to engage in hard and relentless work in order to achieve one's goal. The second pillar, frugality. The ability to concentrate strength, to save both money and mental energy, which serves as mental capital, and therefore is of great value. The third pillar, integrity. unwavering and unfailing honesty, the effort to keep all promises, agreements and understandings, regardless of considerations of profit or loss. The fourth pillar, the system. It is the habit of bringing all details into order, reducing the multitude to a single whole and thereby freeing the memory and mind from unnecessary work and strain. The fifth pillar is compassion. It is generosity, spiritual generosity, meekness, and caring. It is the habit of active generosity, kindness, and unselfishness. The sixth pillar, sincerity. This rule implies directness, integrity, frankness in deeds and words. It requires the same behavior in public and in private, and does not permit duplicity, in which unsightly deeds are done in secret and good deeds in the open. The seventh pillar, impartiality. It is the principle of fairness and objectivity, not judging with prejudice, but weighing the opinions of both sides and acting impartially. The eighth pillar, self-confidence. This is the rule of relying only on one's own strength and observing unbreakable principles, rather than relying on outside help and support, which is fragile and impermanent and can disappear at any moment. If life is built on the 8 principles, the 8 pillars of prosperity, it will inevitably be prosperous and successful. The power of these principles is so great that no amount of mental or physical strength can equal it. He who perfectly implements all 8 principles in his life will be invulnerable and indestructible. Practice shows, however, that one is often strong in certain principles and weak in others, and it is these weaknesses that entail failure. For example, it would be foolish to attribute failure in business to the fact that the businessman is honest. Honesty and decency can in no way cause failure. In this case, the reason for failure should be sought in some other direction. For example, this person may lack another important quality, or it is not developed enough. The reason for failure is a lack of quality, not its presence. Moreover, to attribute failure to honesty is to undermine the very spirit of honest enterprise. It is to slander those who do honest business, but fail, and there are many such businessmen. For example, suppose our entrepreneur has the strengths of energy, frugality, and order, but is relatively weak on the other 5 principles. Such a person would fail utterly because he lacks integrity. His temple of prosperity will not be able to stand firmly, but will tilt on the side that lacks the corresponding pillar, honesty. For the 4 basic pillars of the temple must be built on conscience, and only then can the temple stand level and firm. These are the 4 basic qualities of man's moral evolution, and without them it is impossible to acquire the remaining 4. If one is strong in the first 3 principles, but lacks the 4th, the lack of order in affairs will result in confusion and collapse. The same will happen with any other combination of key qualities, especially the first 4. The other 4 qualities are secondary. A person can possess them partially and work on their development. It will be quite enough if the first 4 he has developed perfectly. Consequently, whoever wishes to achieve and maintain success in any field of business or in any of the various fields of activity must necessarily, through persistent effort, develop the first 4 qualities. These qualities will enable him to control his thoughts, actions, and deeds. He will always be able to lean on them and draw from them advice in any difficult situation. He will be able to subordinate to them all the nuances and particularities of his activity and, most importantly, he will never, under any circumstances, retreat from the main principles in the name of personal gain or to avoid personal troubles. For to retreat from basic principles is to make oneself vulnerable to the corrupting forces of evil and to become a target for the accusations of others. He who adheres to the 4 basic principles will be fully successful in his field, no matter what he does. His temple of prosperity will be built strong and will be able to stand firm and unshaken. Everyone who wants to learn these principles and to build his or her own temple of prosperity is able to master them completely. They are so simple that their meaning can be understood even by a child, and no personal sacrifice is required to master them and perfect them. True, to master these principles requires a good deal of self-discipline and self-restraint, otherwise you will not succeed in our world of action. However, the secondary four principles are more difficult to master, they themselves are more difficult both to understand and to put into practice, and they are the ones that require real self-sacrifice and diligent dedication. Few people these days are able to give up their personal pretensions to the extent necessary to master these principles. But those who manage to master these principles to a considerable degree become much more powerful and enrich their lives, and give their temple of prosperity a unique and appealing beauty which, even after the builder of the temple has completed his earthly journey, will delight and uplift all who see his temple. Those who only begin to build their temple of prosperity in accordance with the teachings set forth in this book must remember, building the temple requires time and patience, because it must be built brick by brick, stone by stone, and all the pillars must be firmly strengthened. It will take a lot of work and effort to do all the work. The temple of prosperity exists in the mind, in the human soul, but although invisible and inaudible, it is as real as any material construction. As you build your temple, remember that the same words that the Bible says about Solomon's temple, which was built for 7 years, apply to it. No hammer, no cleaver, no other iron instrument was heard in the temple when it was built. 10. In any case, beloved reader, build up your character, build up the building of your life, your temple of prosperity. Do not be like the fools who suffer ups and downs because of their selfish desires. Work hard and peacefully, and crown your career with harmony. Then you will join the ranks of the wise men who confidently and firmly build their success on the solid foundation of the eternal principles of truth.